Shine on the world. So star, you've come so far from where you started. Don't be afraid to let your light shine on the world.
And YouTube is still tight about last week. Y'all still on that old stuff. They upset because I gave y'all information connecting, well, data that connects the research, connecting autism to, let's just say, solutions right now. Pharmaceuticals. So ever since then, YouTube has not been on my side. That's okay. I'm not too much worried about that. I got Instagram going today because I want to have a conversation. Today we'll talk about Tulsi Gabbard releasing information about biolabs all across the world, funded by the United States. That was supposed to be conspiracy theory. Here's the thing. This is why I don't mind being called a conspiracy theorist. And I'm probably one of the wildest ones out there. No, I'm not. Because usually the stuff I say, it be true, and they find out years later, oh, this is true. And they say it real soft. I just feel like I'm one of the wildest because you'd be surprised who the deaf, dumb, and blind really are. The people who think, oh, I'm not the deaf, dumb, and blind, usually are the deaf, dumb, and blind. Because they let their emotions override. Usually, most of the time, they let their emotions override, so they can't look at a thing balanced, which is what I call Ma'at, right? Who was an Egyptian goddess. Doesn't matter if she really existed. What matters is what she symbolizes: balance. You have to be able to internalize a thing while it's happening to you and get some composure. This is happening right now. This is not a drill, right? So we speak about all these different psyops that have gone down and been disclassified, like real legit psyops by the United States. And by the way, maybe I'll show you later, it is legal to put out propaganda. The United States can legally put out propaganda. And you could be affected by this propaganda. If it feels like it is doing this because it is at war or to protect its own nation, we'll look at some of the national security, the NSC reports or paperwork. We'll look at a couple of them today. However, the whole thing with Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony, I think is a side. I already told y'all this was going to happen. That's the crazy part. I told everybody way before, this is going to happen. Judge Joe Brown said something the other day. He said, stories like this happen all the time. Why did this one make it to the national news? I said, this is the same thing I've been talking about. These stories like this happen all the time. They don't make national news. Unless they wanted to. And then you have to ask, why did you want this particular story to go nationwide, global, this, that, and the third? I don't expect you to remember every last thing I tell you. But this is also why I have a channel. It is up to you to make sure you're subscribed to the channel, because YouTube will unsubscribe you. They do it all the time. A bunch of people write to me, they keep unsubscribing me. Yes, because I'm enlightening people, beloved. And not from a polarized view. Shout out to the black people who only educate from a polarized view, right? That's not balanced. I understand your frustration. You want justice for all the stuff that's been done to the black people in this country. Homo sapien are Homo sapiens, man. Humanoids are humanoids, no matter what galaxy you may be from. Yes, I said galaxy. We'll talk about the different humanoids down here today. And that's the other thing. They done told these stories about religion. For me, I have no religion. And I know when I talk to people, they immediately when I say that, either they get nervous, offended, they back off. Oh, I can't listen to that. Diablo. You don't even know who Diablo is. I assure you, you don't know who Diablo is. I assure you this. Because most people will take what is told to them at they'll just take it for what it is, and then they won't research it or nothing, especially if they've been indoctrinated since a little child. By the way, you wouldn't be alone. There's no excuse for you. If I was indoctrinated by a little child and I went and researched what I had to research, and I found not loopholes, it's not enough. It's way less than enough to add up to tell me that this is the truth. But you know what type of uphill battle I'm against talking to other people? Oh, they're already indoctrinated. More than 90% of the world is indoctrinated already. So, that being the case, my audience could only be a chosen few. So you're on the right channel today. If you checked in, you're on the right channel. But what you hear, I don't know at what level you at. I'm gonna try. I talk slow. Some people get frustrated with the cadence that I talk. And however, you have to understand, I don't know who I'm talking to out there. So you can be an adept or you could be an initiate. I don't know who I'm talking to. So I tend to talk to everyone at the same time to meet you at your level. We're going to start. I want to talk about the history of white people eating black people in this country. Now, that's not the race bait you. If you thought, oh yeah, we about to get into some shit, fuck these white people, that's not the type of time I'm on. I'm sorry, my boy. That's not the type of time that I'm on. Sorry to let you down. I thought you was for the cause. You need to settle down. You need to you need to settle down and settle down fast. Never play the games where you don't know the goddamn rules. Can we start there? You playing a game, you don't even know the rules. And yes, it was white people running around eating black people in this country. In order for me to really get into that, I have to connect the fact that we're not all the same Homo sapiens species that you think. Now, you may have a hard time believing this one because that's not what the Bible says. That's not what the Torah says. This is not what the Quran says. So you're going to have some cognitive dissonance. Or you're from the science community and we have not proven that yet. You're going to be in denial. I'll get to the comments in a second. YouTube, I see you. Give me a second. Let me just dog walk this thing, man, because we're going to get into... Today's going to be a long show. I'm in no rush. I have no idea how many hours I worked last week, but it was way over 40, I can tell you that. I'm back, and I want to get busy. First thing I want to say to you, you don't have to believe it. You've been lied to about how old this planet is in your religions, when the story starts, who these other entities are. The more you do research, you'll start to find that there were stories about other entities on this planet, even in your own book. Even in your own book, this book right here. It pretty much starts off with extraterrestrials. The first verse in the beginning, the Elohim created the heavens and earth. The first verse. If you was to go and do some research and find out who the Elohim was, it would lead you somewhere. You'd be on a good bread trail. as an individual, there's an innate energy in you to survive, right? It's just innate. Like, this is why you struggle if someone tries to suffocate you. You just start to panic because you didn't even think about it. No one had to teach you, hey, son, this is how you got to panic. You got to start flailing your arms like this. This is the proper way to panic. No one says this. You just panic. Why? Because you want to survive. However, there's a species on this planet that is actively, right now, while I'm recording this show, actively contributing to the opposite of your survival. What do I mean by that? All the nutrients in the food are somehow being replaced with almost no nutrients. And the remaining food manufacturers, have come together in a union to move in unison, in solidarity, to provide you food with no nutrients. You better wake up. And the show has not even started yet. I'm just telling you to wake up. You see, they provided, and sidebar, I know how to go viral. I don't want to go viral for stupid shit. Thank you, but no thank you. I've turned that down. This social media shit is easy. It's easy. You say, if it's so easy, why aren't you doing it? Because they want me to dance a jig, my boy. They don't want me to tell the truth. I'm not doing it. Oh, we're getting to the Jesuits today, too. And they infiltrate every group. That's a sidebar, by the way. Let me not get too incoherent and all over the place. We're talking about the food. My point in bringing up the food, putting unnecessary things in the water to dent your cognition. I mean, at this point, we got microplastics, which I don't think they did that on purpose. What I think is that I honestly think they were trying to save money on the delivery of water. If you remember old school, they delivered water in the big glass 5-gallon jugs. And this used up a lot of resources, the diesel, this, that, and the third. I think once they found the plastic to be cheaper, they just went with that. And as a result, the plastic would have an adverse reaction to the deterioration, micro deterioration in the water, and they just don't stop it. That's the other thing. Once they can find that they can make money on something on this planet, even if they find that there's a harmful side effect to it, they usually don't say, all right, let's stop doing this because it's unethical. No, they just usually just keep making money off of it, which we'll talk about that too today with Senator Johnson. We got a lot to cover today. I don't consider this a ramble. Before you paint a room, you have to prime it. I want to give you a full idea of who you're talking with today. I'm not asking you if there's other beings, species on this planet. I'm telling you. Because it would be our first instinct to survive. And the people that are in charge are actively. I'm not asking, are they trying to do something to wipe out the population? I'm looking at them do it. I don't need your validity. Do you see the same thing I see? First of all, I don't know what you see. I could be talking to a full indoctrinated human being. So why would I ask you? Why would I second guess my intuition to ask you, who are clearly blind, do you see what I see? No, clearly you don't see what I see. So, they cherry pick these stories so that the humanoids on this planet can go against each other because of our phenotypes and our different makeups and descriptions. It's an easy win for them, and they know when to do it. However, that story is also in this book. You have to go to Genesis 11, and they tell you. Let me read it for you, just in case you don't believe. Do I have my peepers today? I don't have them. They're in the truck. Don't worry. This won't take long. And the Lord said, behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do. Listen to this. And now nothing will be restrained from them. You better go borrow a Bible. And I don't have any religion for you smart asses. This text, first of all, was plagiarized. So this was stolen information. They changed the characters, and they made a new story out of this based off of astrotheology. But that is above your understanding right now, so we will not discuss such things. Those things don't concern you at the moment. All right. Let us just focus on the one main idea of solidarity of people on this planet. And the Lord said, it doesn't matter who the Lord is. I know who they're talking about. Who do you think they're talking about? Rhetorical. And the Lord said, behold, the people is one, and they all have one language. This is so heavy. One frequency, right? And I'm talking about the ability to use telepathy, one frequency. And this they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them. This is the key right there. That's why they work on this. That's why they pull the crap they pull. Putting white people against black people. Let me cook. Nothing will be refrained from them which they have imagined to do. Woo! Amazing. Go. Let us go down. First of all, there's so many signs in this book that tell you they're not talking about a one God. There's so many signs in this book. Don't let people, especially men who play with little children, play with little boys' buttholes. Do not let these type of men give you advice on the world, right? Yeah, what does this mean? Why does it say that? And then they tell you, oh, that's the Trinity, child. You have to wake up. Stop being an idiot. That's number one. You're scared. No, I don't. What if somebody said to me, but Jamel, what if it's true? You're not scared of going to hell? What are you talking about? How much energy would it cost you to go research where the idea of hell even came from? Why don't you study things? Why do you believe the things that the same people who wish you no good? They're giving you advice on life and some philosophy and love. And what are you doing? You have that little confidence in yourself that you cannot attempt to research where the beginning, where these things originated from? Come on, man. Anyway, this one particular stressed out person says, let us go down. So clearly this is someone trying to rally up the rest of the people, saying, yo, we gotta go do something. What is he suggesting we do? And they'll confound their language, and that they may not understand one another's speech. Look. The instructions wasn't, yo, let's go down there and beat their ass. You understand? That could have clearly been done. Let's go down there, set them afire, show them who they dealing with. That could have clearly been done. At this point, they did not even suggest drowning. None of that. It was so simple. Whatever they suggested was so simple. All they suggested was, yo, I don't think they should talk to each other. Bow. Just like that. Yo, I think we should go down there. And first of all, whoever's talking about, yo, go let it, this was your responsibility, allegedly. Right? So how did this turn into let us go down? Yo, this is your responsibility. Why you wasn't paying attention to what's going on? You let these people build a tower to the heavens? What are you doing? Where were you? First of all, I thought you were omnipresent, omniscient. How you didn't notice? How you didn't notice if you're all knowing and you supposed to be everywhere? You gotta knock it off with. You don't have to knock it off. My apologies. You don't have to knock anything off. Don't knock anything off. Keep doing what you're doing. The instructions were real clear. Don't let them talk to each other. They are still following these instructions to this day. Now, the thing is, you have different, because you don't know the galactic history. That's number one. You don't know galactic history. You like, yo, what is galactic history? What are you talking? I know American history. I know world history. No, you don't. You know what they tell you. You definitely don't know about galactic history and the different species down here on this planet. Now, some say, and I tried to do a little bit of research on this, but not a lot, so I can't act like I went in debt, that the ancestry DNA kits were really a tool to find the different species on this planet, people who we would call aliens, right? They wanted to find out where these people were and how many. They wanted to get groups and categories. You know what I found out? This is a sidebar. That pro-blacks are just as dumb as pro-whites. And when I say just as dumb, it's not that you don't have the ability to have intelligence, because it's there. What both of you groups like to do is avoid all of the information, and you cherry pick the information, and you kind of like create these narratives that fit your agenda. And you're usually the loudest one in the room, right? Whether it's the regalia, whether it's the symbols. Both groups do it. You have Nazis out here lying. It sounds good, the information. But then you have pro-blacks out here, Moors and such, doing the same shit. None of it is healthy. I was at Galactic History. If you start to study galactic history, which they say is fringe, let me tell you about fringe. Let me tell you about fringe. Fringe. Also, let me let Instagram see. I don't really care about Instagram. Everyone on Instagram acts like they're a superstar. I kind of hate fucking Instagram. People don't want you to see their. I don't want to look at his live. He's going to see that I'm looking, nigga. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if you're viral on this contraption. It's trickery. It's pure trickery. Do what I do and see if you go viral. Try that. Speak about how autism is connected to inoculation and see how viral you go. Stupid. Nobody care about your viral moments of buffoonery. No one cares. Now, when I read this book, Rockefeller Medicine Men, Medicine and Capitalism in America, heavy. It explains everything. The history of education in this country, the agenda to make natural remedies fringe. This is why I don't care about the scientific community saying, yo, that's fringe. Most of these people, either if they don't work for or support or supported by an organization who's in the dogmatic science community. It's not that I don't believe in science. I believe in science. But I also believe that there's things that we have not proven yet, and that things that we cannot see, and there's things that we cannot hear, there's things that we cannot we don't understand yet. And if you put yourself in the science community bubble, then it will be fringe until they figure out how to explain it. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Furthermore, when I see the natural remedies turn into fringe. Hold on. What's going on here? Okay. And salute everybody that's coming in the building. Apparently, they're letting you guys in. Please hit the like button. I don't know why they're letting you in, because YouTube is upset because 2 weeks ago I showed data that might have been suppressed, that was suppressed throughout the decades, connecting autism to inoculations. And ever since then, YouTube is like, screw this guy. Just downing me. It's all good. There's not enough people. Everyone's after social media fame. So therefore, there's not enough people who are going to put their channel on the line, their brand on the line, to just speak the truth. Right? This is the scary part, and this is why I have to do a show like this. Now, I mentioned galactic. Let's stay on galactic history. There's, in case you don't know, there was a Israeli security officer, high-ranking in the government, who spoke about the Galactic Federation. I had already known about the Galactic Federation. There's several people who claim to be had been a part of government experiments, like Stuart Swerdlow. He's one. You don't have to believe him. There's nothing there for you to really convince you. So you would just have to hear his story and decide for yourself. Am I gonna kind of believe this guy's story? He's not the only one that speaks of and teaches on the Galactic Federation. I'm just giving you breadcrumbs of if you wanted to start to study about other species on this planet, you could start with the Galactic Federation. Also, there's a book. Is it The Sixth Sense? I think it's called The Sixth Sense by Mark Buchanan. You guys can help me out. Let me just look it up. I got in front of a damn Sixth Sense, Mark Buchanan. I think it's called that. Mark Buchanan, groundbreaking. Your Sixth and Seventh Senses by Lynn Buchanan. There we go. Lynn Buchanan. I knew it was Buchanan. Lynn. Now, Lynn you might want to believe because he has security clearance. Now, he wasn't talking about galactic beings. I don't want to throw you off. Lynn Buchanan speaks about remote viewing. So I'm bringing that up so that you understand the science community is not going to be able to explain every last thing, right? And a lot of times what happens is because I don't agree with everything or the science community's tactics, they start acting like I don't believe in science. Who said that? What are you talking about? I said you're dogmatic. And you don't consider things that you can't explain. And because it has not been taught in a orthodox educational institution, then it is fringe. And that can't be the case if the United States of America has invested millions into remote viewing and had successful results. And now the participants of these programs have come out and written books and explained, no, you can strengthen your psychic abilities. We know how to do it. What? So why are you putting fluoride in my water? Because I don't want you to use your goddamn psychic abilities. Obviously, haven't you read Genesis 11? Touché, my boy. Touché. Now, I'm bringing up different species, and there's different ones. You have the Atlanteans. You have the Lyran community, which there are many break-offs from the Lyran constellation. In any event, let's bring it down a notch. I want to talk at your level. You have people down here who we call white people. But not all white people are the same. I'm telling you this. You have another entity down here called the reptilians. I know it sounds bugged out, right? You know what sounds... Just to put things into perspective real quick. Leave a pin in that right there. Bow. Just leave a pin in that. Don't go anywhere. Because you may say, okay, this guy's unhinged. That's fine. Let me ask you a question. Do you go to church? Let me speed up this conversation a tiny bit. Do you go to church and once a month, do you drink the blood and eat the flesh of human beings? Yes or no? Hey, don't give me an hey, that's not fair. It's not She'll shut your face. I didn't ask you all of that, blood. All I asked you was, do you sit there and does a priest come before you with blood to drink symbolically? And you say, he says, this is the blood, drink ye all of it, and you drink it. Do you do the same thing with the flesh? So before you judge any of the conversation I'm about to have about reptilians on this planet, do understand that you are already partaking in the festivities of the reptilians. I'm not asking you. They haven't been working on this for a couple of years, for a couple of 100 years. It is my understanding that the reptilians were here before the upgraded Homo sapiens. That's a long story. We won't get into that right now. However, I have a theory. And here's my theory. Well, before I get into my theory, let me say this. I do not think that all Caucasian people are reptilians. I do think that some reptilians appear to be Caucasian on this planet. I'm going to say that again because we will get into the history of Caucasians eating black people in America. But I don't want what I say to be taken out of context only to turn on social media and have some Moors fucking showing my content, making it look like I said, like, all the white people are reptilians and they're eating black people for fucking clicks and views. Knock it off. I'm not with that shit. It helps nobody. Your frustration with how this system is does not validate you to say, well, I'm going to come up with my own fucking story. Oh, you guys want to tell stories? All right, cool. I'm good at that. So you make up your own bullshit stories. And now we got a collage of just fucking utter BS and nonsense. Meanwhile, the people that hurt are is everyone. Every group. Because now nobody gets the real knowledge because so much bullshit propaganda is going on. So the people who govern you they've legalized propaganda. Look up NSC 10-2. Look up NSC 10 forward slant 10 forward slant 2. NSC 10/2 was a pivotal 1948 National Security Council derivative that officially authorized the United States government to conduct covert operation. It defined these clandestine activities as actions against hostile states. You got to understand what's going on. You don't truly understand what's going on at all. You're out the loop. This is why you're watching me this morning. I'm going to explain everything to you. You see, they have the time to roll out things methodically. They haven't practiced this for a couple of years. This has been practiced for a long time. They know how to unroll a thing so that it is accepted. It's a science. Look up Edward Bernays. And by the way, when you listen to me, you get a fucking pen and a pad and have some respect for my fucking intellect. You don't sit there watching me as if you've heard it all before. Get out a pen and pad. Edward Bernays, stupid. The father of crystallizing the human mindset. His whole curriculum that's taught in schools on how to fucking brainwash you. You shitting me? It says that this NSC 10/2 is defined. It defined these clandestine activities as actions against hostile states. Well, who's hostile? Who's the hostile states? That's important. Or in support of friendly groups that could be plausibly denied by the U.S. government if exposed. Well, goddamn. Oh! You got to be shitting me, but we're not done yet. We're not done. As KRS once said, we're not done. NSC 10/5. Get a pen, stupid. Foreign relations. Good times. Here we go. NSC 10/5 was a pivotal 1951 U.S. National Security Council derivative that expanded the CIA's authority to conduct covert operations and guerrilla warfare. It established a primary covert mission, placing maximum strain. I don't want to say that. That is propaganda. However, this is what you need to know about these two simple derivatives alone. Once you read it, you will finally understand. Jamel's right. They did legalize propaganda. It's in there. I'm not even making that part up. It's in there. I can read it for you, but I'm not going into depth because I want you to do some of the work. Sidebar. My daughter's in 8th grade and we dropped her off at college yesterday. Stupid. Yeah. She got accepted to a university. It doesn't matter which one. We dropped her off yesterday. She got accepted to a program that starts her in college courses at the same time as she starts high school. I'm so proud of this kid. Of course, she doesn't appreciate what's going on right now, right? She's like, yo, I had plans for the summer. Shut up, stupid. You didn't have any plans. You were going to ride your bike up and down the street and sit in the house and watch murder mysteries with your mother. Shut up. You got accepted. You're going to the program. Unsidebar. I had to start like that because when we talk about, I'm going to play some of the Austin Metcalf's father's audio. My stance has never changed, right? I hear everyone saying, "Oh, he got a raw deal. He got 35 years." Well, okay, what do you get for murdering somebody? Is that what you're upset about? That he got fucking 35 years? Oh, if he was white, he would have got... Let's not focus on that. What did you want him to have for pulling out a knife and stabbing someone in the heart? Nah, you gotta understand. Like, yo, it was self-defense. Was it? Did the other guy have a fucking knife? I have not heard yet that, him and all his friends tried to jump him. And he just caught Austin in the heart. I didn't hear that. I heard one guy, or what I heard was the guy, they've been asking him to leave, but he put his hands on him. And then, so black people are like, yeah, well, you should have put her hands on him. And he wouldn't have found out that day. Okay, so you sound crazy. What did he find out? He's dead, right? He assumed this is a black guy. He's probably tough. I'm just thinking what he assumed. He's a black guy. If he wants to rumble, we can rumble in the jungle. He's not really thinking, the black guy is going to be on some stereotypical shit and pull out a switch, shoot this whole shit up. Huh? He's not really thinking, he's going to go to the next level with this shit. All right, bro, you're tough. That's what you want to do after we ask you to leave? You fucking tough? All right, let's go then. We got to remember, this is America. Physical shit go down all the time, right? But being that this is America, there is a system in place to lock your ass up away. I don't care what color you are. They will fucking lock you away, Jack. White, black, brown. They've been using black people for a long time to uphold this leg of economic stability. That's what it is. But I have no time to go into that conversation. We're the only country that uses this tactic with criminal justice because we've leaned on it as a crutch to bring in income, which I don't think is ethical. But this is Earth. I don't know where people think they're at. There are other planets. If there weren't, you wouldn't have a fucking trillionaire. Right? Elon Musk company, the board has approved him to be a trillionaire. A trillionaire. Anyway, SpaceX would not be trying to get to other habitable planets. So you have to consider, maybe they know they do know. It's not a maybe. They definitely know some things that you don't know, because it's just like, why should they? Let's not say certain things to people to get people all riled up. Let's give them balls of yarn, TikTok and Instagram and basketball games and silly shit to entertain themselves. And let us take care of the important things down here. Now, the problem with that is, where should I start? You have different groups in what we call the elite who fight amongst themselves because they want to prioritize what's really important. So they're trying to get their shit together on a one world situation. Hey, let's just unite. But they have to meet a common ground too. And while they're trying to do that, you have rogue fucking agents like Bill Gates. He's out here doing his own fucking thing. He wants to be. But who's going to be in charge? I think I'll be in charge. And somebody else wants to be in charge. He's out here trying to block out the sun. He doesn't want vitamin D. He wants people to become ill slowly, unrecognizably. You can't figure out where it's coming from. So if I drop little strands of particles so tiny you can't even see them, they're not visible to the naked eye, yet they're reflecting the sunlight, the photons that we need down here on this planet. So it affects us. It affects the growth food, it affects our energy levels, it affects everything. if he can get away with this, then they can masquerade and act like, oh, there's something else that's causing the problem, and then they could come in with a solution. He's been trying to provide fucking solutions forever. Can't be trusted. Which is a good segment to get into Senator Ron Johnson. Now, this information is coming from Jimmy Dore. I think Jimmy Dore and Ron Johnson did a collab together. I'll play the audio.
I run a podcast.
Hold on. Haven't paid my YouTube subscription, and now they're giving me commercials. It's crazy talk.
It's good because the principle is we should do no harm, and the vaccine should be good for the individual that receives the vaccine. So vaccine was withdrawn. Rotavirus vaccine, Rotashield, 1999. 1 to 2 serious adverse events per 10,000 people given the vaccine. And again, rightly, the vaccine was withdrawn. There was 1 serious adverse event per 100,000 people vaccinated.
All right. I've seen this guy on YouTube. I don't know his name. Let me show you guys what's going on here. All right. So this is Jimmy Dore. Shout out to Jimmy Dore. You guys on Instagram, you're going to have to just listen. I don't know if anybody's watching from Instagram anyway. Like I said, the people on Instagram act like I need them. Hey, I don't need you to support me or watch me. I only turned on Instagram today so that if you did want information, you can get it instead of being indoctrinated, right? But these conversations are long, and I know that you're addicted to small amounts of dopamine, so I'm probably fucking wasting my time on you anyway. But it doesn't matter. Now, I've seen this guy before on YouTube. I don't know his name, but he drops knowledge, so I respect his intellect. So he has a card up here that says he's talking about the different vaccinations. The swine flu, 1976, 1 serious event per 100,000 vaccines. By the way, I read RFK's book, The Real Dr. Fauci. He comes with a lot of data. I liked it. There was some people who said, one guy just said he was like, hey, that's all lies. What are you talking about? It's all lies. It explains a lot. It explains some things that, especially if you don't fully understand how we get the answers sometimes, how they come to the conclusion of the data, right? And you read this book, it is mind-blowing. Rational things like testing the vaccinated against the unvaccinated. They won't do it. Right? They refuse to do it. And then they have their own style of getting data back, which is very manipulative and, in my opinion, not transparent at all, because it will give you the adverse effects of a bunch of different inoculations, right? And then it will, the way they word it, you won't even recognize that they're not talking about one particular specific inoculation. They're talking about a bunch, and here are the adverse effects. So the data's mixed up. So when people say the numbers don't lie, sorry, the numbers can lie if where the numbers are coming from and what the topic of that we're having is not the same.
Vaccinated, and the vaccine was withdrawn. This is good because the principle is we should do no harm, and the vaccine should be good for the individual that receives the vaccine. So vaccine was withdrawn.
And by the way, I never said I was against vaccines, right? But if there is a vaccine that works with little to no adverse effects. That's what we're looking for on this planet, right? We're not denying the science or the capabilities of what could be. What we're looking for is the healthiest options that will sustain Homo sapiens sapiens on this planet. But it appears there could be other species on this planet because they are not concerned with not only the adverse effects, or they're also not concerned with the sustainability of our species on this planet. That would tell me, okay, we're not the same.
Rotavirus vaccine, Rotashield, 1999. 1 to 2 serious adverse events per 10,000 people given the vaccine. And again, rightly, the vaccine was withdrawn. At the moment, COVID-19 mRNA vaccines, there's 1 serious adverse event per 800 people that are vaccinated. And the vaccine is officially promoted. Now, some of you might be a little confused about this. Join the club, so am I.
So someone's doing something about it, or at least trying to shed light on it. It's Senator Ron Johnson. He's a Republican U.S. Senator from Wisconsin, and he currently serves as the chair of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, and he's been holding hearings on the COVID-19 vaccine. Welcome to the show, Senator Ron Johnson.
Well, Jimmy, first of all, thanks for having me on, because the majority of the legacy media is completely ignoring what I consider the greatest government scandal in my lifetime. And I love that you had that clip of Dr. John Campbell. He's been doing great work, as have you.
Dr. John Campbell, that's who he is. Dr. John Campbell.
In terms of trying to bring the truth to the American public. So thanks for having me on.
Oh, it's my pleasure. And you actually have a report, Unmasked, how Biden health officials purposely turned a blind eye towards COVID-19 vaccine safety signals, and you explain how they did masking, and I just wanted.
That's what it's called. It's called masking. Give me 1 second, chat, as I want to bring the chat over to my other screen. I'm sorry, so that I can see you guys and start to address some of you guys' conversation. All right, let's go back to this. And again, shout out to Jimmy Dore. We're just getting started. If you haven't hit the like button, please do so. As they explain what masking is, this is the type of trickery, is the only way I can really put it, that is going on.
What is masking? It occurs when data about side effects from multiple vaccines are added together. This mathematically hides signals that are attributable to any one specific vaccine. It's a known flaw, and it was especially problematic when a new vaccine that is being administered to hundreds of millions of people is analyzed. And of course, someone at the FDA caught this, Dr. Sartzman. She developed a method to address this problem, and her analysis found approximately 25 previously undetected safety signals. And she didn't keep it to herself. Beginning in early 2021, she shared her findings with the FDA officials.
All right, I see some people who actually are not trolls. Some people are trolls, and some people are not. So Reaccelerate says he stabbed someone in the heart with a knife, but he's black, so he should be set free. Let's just take away black and white for a second. Like, he stabbed someone in the heart. So that's why I asked. I don't think I ever finished that comment. That's why I'm going back, right? Because I was asking, what should he have gotten? I don't understand why black people are upset. I truly don't understand. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't understand. And it's like, oh, he got a raw deal. Okay. Do you have a child? That would be my first question. If you don't have a child, do you have a sibling? Right? So if you have a child, let's just say Austin was your child. That's for one. And you're black. If you don't have a child and you have a sibling, let's just say Austin was your sibling. If you don't have a child or a sibling, Do you have a girlfriend or a boyfriend? Let's just say that was them. Do you have someone you love? God damn it. Do you have someone you love? Take that person, black people. Take that person you love. And they get into some argument, a one-on-one. This is not a group of fucking people rallying against another person. They're not trapped in a corner. No. This is some one-on-one shit. And your loved one gets stabbed in the fucking heart. Should the other person go free? I just need to understand your rationalization here. Should the other person go free? There has been a huge psyop on not only the white people in this country, but also the black. On everyone. Everyone. This is what my shows are about collectively. Detangling the mess. Detangling the indoctrination for all of us. This is why I refuse to have an all-black show. Because if one of my goals is to detangle the confusion and detangle the indoctrination and detangle the effects of the psyops that have been done on the people, it cannot be an all-black show. What? I don't understand what black people is angry about. Then I got black people that's angry at other black people who are thinking about this rationally, like, oh, you can't expect this, got to be a sellout. Why am I a sellout? Because you want me to be upset? I don't even know what you fucking want. So confusing. The kid got stabbed in the heart, which should have been a fucking fight. Right? It should have been some push. Yo, he shoved me in my shoulders. I shoved him back. Not like, yo, he shoved me in my shoulders, so I went and got a knife and stabbed him in the heart. Whoa! What? Are you talking about? Have you never gotten into a schoolyard fight or something? That was not the next steps. And I think you know that. Because of that, we're definitely going to send you to jail, right? So it's black people's problem, or he got sent to jail for this? And he got shoved in the shoulder. He shouldn't have got shit, you know what I'm saying? Wait, we live in a world where you could just shove someone in the shoulders and get away with that type of shit? This is what I'm saying. The black man got a raw deal. I think black people get me misconfused. They don't understand what I'm pushing. This is what I'm pushing, black people, to be very transparent. I'm pushing that we focus on making our community a way better community through first how we think and the shit we allow from each other. That's what everyone else could get out the room for a second, right? I'm just talking to black people. We accept too much stupid shit within our own group, and we have to change the thinking. Now, I don't know what you expect from this United States of America to give you, because they haven't given you nothing that you've been asking for. Even the shit they promised. 40 acres and a mule. None of that shit, right? So you want to sit there and whine and bitch about that forever. You got motherfuckers out here breaking the law as we speak, talking about shit we wasn't given from slavery. Nigga, get a job. What are you fucking talking about, my nigga? What are you talking about? Go work, bro. I don't mind you in your off time, right? Banding together, seeing how we could get together to get the things that they promised. You want reparations? They didn't promise reparations. I don't mind you doing that. I do mind you making it seem like it's all black people against all white people. It tells me you don't understand the game and why they're doing this. And you should be justified because you were done wrong in this country. We understand that you was done wrong. You should understand that you was done wrong, and then you got to move different. And then you should motivate everyone around you to move different. Because let me tell you this. Continuing to do the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is absolute fucking insanity. So if burning down your own shit hasn't worked by now, showing everybody you the toughest, roughest motherfucker, and I don't need to know scholarly shit, I don't need to be smart, I'm a badass motherfucker, send me to jail 10, 20 times. If all that shit ain't been working, I don't think it's gonna work. I think we need a different strategy. Yeah. So I don't think conforming to how things work on this planet and in the United States of America is necessarily selling out. If you do, then you need to read a book called The Spook Who Sat by the Door by Sam Greenlee. Yeah. One Saturday or any day. Motherfucker, a lot of you guys online, I'm seeing you're not doing shit with your life anyway. You're just talking a bunch of shit. You got shit going on. That's what you got going on. You clearly have time to read The Spook Who Sat by the Door. Sam Greenlee. So no, I'm confused. He stabbed someone, never mind his fucking race. He stabbed someone in the heart. You're going to jail, bro. You're going to fucking jail. Same way if I stab someone in the heart unprovoked, right? He shoved me. And I take out a knife and I stab him and I kill him. I'm going to jail. The sad thing is, this shit happen all the time in the black community. They don't get all up in arms. No. Because it's not national news that is meant to trigger people on both sides. That's what this whole story was meant to do. Trigger people. Have us talking about this and distraction as they finish out the 2030 agenda, in which most Homo sapiens will be enslaved, whether you are classified as Caucasian or you are classified as Negro or Asian or anything else. You're gonna be fucking enslaved. How about those apples? Right? While you sitting around here bickering about this stupid shit, we got real situations going on I'm trying to educate you about. They want access to your biological anatomy, your biological design, so that you can be given a independent IP address, meaning they could know where you are. You will be a node on a global network. You know what a node is? It's like a device, but it's anything that can accept an IP address. Anything. And hello, they done figured out how to download shit to your body, Jack. This is not even conspiracy theory. This is not even. I wish it was. I wish this was some shit I made up. It's not. They figured out how to download JavaScript to the human anatomy. They figured out how to download images, text to the fucking human anatomy, and convert digital information to biological information. They figured it out. So we don't have time to argue amongst ourselves about such elementary and trivial conversations. Now, Austin Metcalf's death is not trivial. That is not what I'm saying. But I want to suggest some things that would raise your understanding to let us know, okay, we can't get tricked by that. That was unfortunate, and my condolences to the Metcalf family. However, the world, they're using it as a tool of trickery. And his father and his family should not be tricked into this. We'll get into the watermelon conversation in a second. Told you I'll be here for a while today. I got time today, cuz. Hit the like button if you're just coming in. Make sure you're still subscribed. YouTube has this thing where they like to unsubscribe my subscribers. It's all good. I don't care. Now, I guess we will get back to that conversation. Let's put that conversation on ice for now. Maybe someone will come in, let us know. We got Roby in the building. Thomas says, kids and adults have forgotten how to fight. Yes, that's true, Thomas. And forgive and everyone wants to be a winner. But let me tell you, no matter who the winner is, being friends after the fight, that is the best thing or the outcome. That's what would have probably happened, Thomas. They would have gotten into a fight. They would have seen each other 10 years later after everyone is married. Right? And gave them acknowledgments, right? And said, oh man, me and this guy, let me tell you about this guy right here. We had it out one day, right there on the fucking field. You remember that shit? Hell yeah, man, I was bugging. They said that Austin was asked, he fucked around and found out. He wasn't the only one who fucked around and found out. When you don't pay attention to life's omens and the patterns, yeah, Carmelo Anthony fucked around and found out too. Because it had to be ego and pride that would keep you doing something that you know is wrong, right? So it started off oppositional, right? It was like, yo, please don't come back in this tent. Get out of this tent. And maybe they didn't say, please, hey, you don't belong here. You don't belong here. Maybe he didn't like their tone. So now I'm going to show you. I do what the fuck I want. To be so suppressed, black people, can you have it both ways? Can you be suppressed and I run around the earth showing motherfuckers I do what I want? It usually ends one or two ways. You dead or in fucking jail. I could be wrong. I doubt it. But that's how it's usually been ended. Why? Why take this route? Right? Why talk shit about someone else who's taking another route who never ends up in these predicaments? He's pussy. He's a sellout, right? You talk all that rough and tough and talks. You go ahead, keep it up. I don't have the same lifestyle as you. I don't have 5 years, 5 months, 5 days, motherfucker, to sacrifice to be in someone's jail over something that never had to be. Soon as the police show up, you out here giving your attitude. I don't move like that. I don't. So therefore, no, we don't have the same stories. It's not because you a realer person than me. You keep that shit real. You keep it fucking stupid more than likely. I'm not the guy who, when the police pulls me over, I crack the window this much and he's like, can you roll down your window? And you're like, no, that's good enough. I can hear you. Okay, we're starting off wrong. We're starting off wrong. You're that guy. And then you wonder why you end up in the situations you end up in. I can hear you just fine. All right. Well, guess what? I can tell you right now, I'm not going to be surprised if in 20 minutes there's fucking 6 more cars down here. And you're going to get somebody with steroid rage. You already know this. This is what I'm saying. There's a cop in there who barely made it on the force. He's all raged up with fucking steroids. If you know this, why? Why? Do the things that he can't wait for you to try it. He's going to bust your fucking windows out. No one's going to pay for that window. You're like, oh, I'm going to sue the city. That's your plan. Anyway, we got to get back to this story here. Roby, what's good with you, bro? Now, we got Chub the Chimp jail. Chub the Chimp in jail. Says it's deeper than this. Reptilians, which are racist ones, are taking over the talking serpent. Lucifer spawns are rising. Okay. Just calm down. Let's calm down. I'm here so that I can explain this so I don't sound like a quack. Because when you just blurt out things, you have to have knowledge of self. You have to have an idea of how you sound and look when you speak. This is why breathing exercises are good. Meditation is good. It is a deterrent to impulsiveness. It's not what you want. Because what you think is how you think you sound, you don't sound that way in real life, right? So, it is good to analyze your perceive how people are perceiving you. Now, it's not that I don't agree with you. I agree with you. That doesn't matter. What matters is how do we tell other people who are indoctrinated, and that is the real challenge. We're dealing with a world full of indoctrinated people who believe what they see on TV, who believe the legacy news, as Senator Johnson has said. The educational institutions have been overran by groups with agendas. We'll talk about some of these groups today, maybe. In my opinion, the most dangerous one, well, one of the most dangerous ones, are the Jesuits. However, that's just my opinion. I don't have to be right. I'm not trying to indoctrinate you. I'm just telling you, in my opinion, those Jesuits are something. Whew. So, this channel over here, I like to rationalize, think about things a little bit more rational. And it's not that I don't agree with you. I do agree with you. But we have to articulate this better. We can't go around screaming reptilians. We can't. Because there is information out there that we can lead the people to show them. This reptilian conversation is not new. It's not new in the slightest. Actually, me talking about people from different galaxies is not even new. This conversation has been going on. It's been suppressed. However, you know, Madame Helena Blavatsky, she inspired a ton of different groups that ended up spawning. A ton. And I don't even think they know it, because narratives would change, right? So they would take her information and then people would take it and make it their own, and then people get inspired by that person, not knowing where that person got inspired from, right? And this is what happened with some of the black people we call the Moors in America, the black Moorish scientific community. They never do the research of where they it sounds good when they putting out 15-second clips on fucking Instagram. But I don't think, I'm more than confident they're not ready for a scholar like myself to really dig into their business. So they will say things that are not true, and it sounds true, and it is true to a degree. So if they say, yo, the black people were part of we are the Native Americans. Okay, that is true to a degree. That's not the fucking truth, though. These black people merged in with the Native Americans, and then once you have the blending of two cultures, and then obviously there's generations that have gone by, okay, yes, I guess your children now are part of this indigenous tribe. But tell the fucking truth. Don't start in the middle of a story so that you can have some type of false evidence for whatever your agenda is. Oh, we deserve reparations. Nigga, I got a job interview for you. Take it or leave it. You want a job? I don't want to hear it. Do you want this fucking 40 hours a week or not? That's what I got for you. Take that shit up with them. Who's them? Great question. That's a great question. Now, let's get back to this lady here, Senator Ron Johnson, bro. I want to talk about masking, right? And why are we talking about this? Because they're fucking lying to you. I was spoken to somebody the other day, right? Black intellectual. Stands behind the data. And I'm sitting here thinking, if you're so intelligent and you stand behind the data and listen, man, these guys are putting people in dangerous situations, telling them not to take the vaccine. I reported these people. What? Why did you report? Because they were putting other people's lives at risk. I don't think you fully researched the companies that were putting this out. You definitely didn't research VAERS and the adverse effects of these solutions. Because you're crystallized. I understand it. You're polarized. This is why balance, Ma'at, is necessary. You're an extremist. You're no different than a fucking religious zealot. You're just a dogmatic science zealot that is willing to put away all evidence of true just to show that you are right. And that's not the type of science I respect. I respect true, unbiased science. And believe it or not, I am a big fan of science. But I also understand that science is so amazing that it can make someone seem like a wizard, and they can weaponize this information. They can weaponize it, and it has happened. Crazy. Fucking crazy. Anyway, we're listening to Jimmy Dore, and he says, what is masking? It occurs when data about side effects from multiple vaccines are added together. How is that transparent? That's not transparent. This mathematically hides signals that are attributable to any one specific vaccine. Exactly. Suppose we're not looking at all of the vaccines. We just want the data from one specific one that you're trying to mandate. How does grouping that information with all these others vaccines help us to understand better about this one? Where's the quality assurance? There is none. All right, let him build. Spitfire was good. Is Uncle Andy and Winter in the building? I don't even know if they're in the building, Spitfire. I don't know. I might read some of these comments. I'm not here to trigger. I'm here to educate. I'm here for us to push, for us to think. I'm not really here to trigger. For us to think.
To any one specific vaccine. It's a known flaw, and it was especially problematic when a new vaccine that is being administered to hundreds of millions of people is analyzed. And of course, someone at the FDA caught this. Dr. Sartzman, she developed a method to address this problem, and her analysis found approximately 25 previously undetected safety signals.
25 previously undetected safety signals. I heard you, Spitfire. Let's ride.
And she didn't keep it to herself. Beginning in early 2021, she shared her findings with the FDA officials who are responsible for monitoring the safety of the COVID-19 vaccines. They largely ignored her and eventually told her to stop.
Now, and that's why I'm well, at least you guys are having a conversation. I'm going to let you guys rock out in the comments. I'm going to let you guys rock out because you hit the like button while you do, right? So my point is this. You have groups of people who get elected. Let's forget their names right now. Forget everyone's name. You have groups of people who are elected. Right? And clearly, the populations are categorized. Clearly. And I'm not just talking about subcategories. Let's just look at, forget the racial categories. Clearly, if you don't make enough money, you and another race will be in the same category. If you don't make enough money. Now, with the naked eye, what it looks like to me is that you have different categories of people who have resources, money, prestige, reputation. And if you have a lot of it, then you're in this, it may be a small category, but you're in that category. However, if you think that's the top, it appears to me, and I can see this with the naked eye, that's not the top. With the naked eye, I can clearly see that there's another group who it's almost unexplainable who this group is. Because you know the rich and famous. You're like, oh, okay. And if that's who you're calling the elite, I don't think that's the top. El, by the way, was a Phoenician god. A Canaanite. He was a Canaanite god. He was in the Canaanite pantheon. He was the head god in the Canaanite pantheon. El. So if you are the elite, that means you are of the highest esteem, right? You have elevated. Trump, and I'm just using, not because I'm reading the comments, I'm just using this as an example. This has nothing to do with any of the comments that you're making. I'm only using this as an example to prove to you that there is another classification above presidency, above rich. The presidents don't run anything. They don't run anything. Not when you have corporations who make way more than the president, who has a way bigger personal assassination team than the president. President doesn't even, I don't even think he truly runs his Pentagon. Like, once he puts somebody in charge of the Pentagon, that human being, for some reason, in my opinion, feels like, this is my Pentagon and I will say what goes down. Because we're human beings and we compartmentalize things, so we can't wait to go be the head of something and our egos and pride get in the way. So when it comes to being a politician, what we clearly see is that not only can these human beings be compromised, right? Many of them will be compromised because they're human beings. Meaning, you can go to them and you can say, hey, I would like to do you a favor of giving you $5 million. And you say, that shit had changed my life. I like how that feels. And they take the money. These are people from your counties, from your districts. These are your congressmen. This is happening. They're accepting money. And then they're being compromised later on and told, hey, you remember we gave you this money. Now, in return, we would like this done. So, for some reason, Trump was talking all the right things. Yo, we're going to drain the swamp. He was the first person in his first term, he actually brought peace to the Middle East. I don't know if you forgot that. He actually brought peace to the Middle East. Sat down with Kim Jong-un. He was getting it done. And then he ran into a brick wall. And it seemed like everything went 180 on us. And now people are speculating why everything went 180. Is it because his daughter turned Jewish through marriage? What a simple way to just turn. This is why, Jewish people, we cannot allow you to call yourself a race. Because no other race genetically can just be like, yeah, I'm black now. It doesn't fucking work like that. If it did, then Chud the Builder would not have a problem in jail. Because he would just be like, wait, you guys didn't get the memo? I identify as black. I'm black now. And I was using the N-word as Nigga, not Nigger. I wouldn't do that because I'm black. And then the brothers were like, oh, see, they didn't tell us that. You see, this is what I'm saying. They always trying to manipulate the black man, Chud. Fuck, boy. Glad you told me. I was about to rip you a new one. Shit. It's all good, my nigga. No. None of that's going on. So, if nobody else could do that, if no other race could do that, Jews, why would we allow you to go masquerading as a group of people who are one when we know this is some type of collage of fucking entities? I don't like it. It's like a group of vigilantes. No, tell me where the fuck you're from. How about that? Are you from Poland? If you're Poland, you're Polish who practices Judaism. That's different. If you're Russian, you're Russian. You practice Judaism. That's different. You're Khazarian? You're Khazarian. Let's get into it. But you're also Caucasian. Right? So, we have a group of people down here on this planet who are pushing hard to be recognized as a genetic people, a genetically connected people. Yeah, what? You guys are not fucking nowhere near that land that you claim you're from. No one else wants to say it because then you're going to come with nasty slurs and say, oh, you hate the Jews. No, I hate you. I don't hate what'd you say they were called? The Jews. You know the name. Stop acting naive. Listen, I don't know where the fuck you people came from. Your whole story sounds crazy. Let me start there. Sounds like a fallacy. It is a fallacy. Sounds like a whimsical fucking fallacy. And yet, you've inspired 2 other major religions. Good going. Good fucking going. Now we have a shit show going on. Remember that picture with Trump was praying with other people were his team? He was sitting there praying. Who are you praying to? Your religion is based off that religion, and that religion is fallacy. What are we doing? What are you doing? It was supposed to be a religious war. Then he changed it. Shit got crazy fast. I'm hearing that he's reached a deal with Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Hopefully this is all true. I don't know if we're going to get to it today. Right now, we're talking about the unethical Senator, when you question me, you question science. Remember that fucking freak, Dr. Fauci? Senator, when you question me, fucking asshole. Yes, I'm questioning you, stupid, and I'm questioning your fucking automaton science community members. Yes, I'm questioning if that's the charge. Yes, doofus, that's what I'm doing. I question you, and I question your methods, your tactics. So what? Yeah, So I'm questioning you. I have good cause. Your quality assurance is shit. I should question you, stupid. When you question me. Now, this one lady here, Anna Sarfman, she has a PhD. Former safety data mining developer. Former. Guess they got rid of her. She seen some anomalies. She pointed them out. And they told her, hey, back off. Jigsaw says, nobody's forcing you to stay. Stay where, Jigsaw? What are you talking about? Jigsaw, what are you talking about? Elaborate, Jigsaw. What are you talking about? What truth? Can't handle the truth. I'll have a conversation with you, Jigsaw player 5150. What are you talking about? You're going to have to say more than that in the comments. Now, Fauci, I agree with. How do I even know I'm talking to an intellectual that I can give a fuck what you agree with that's coming out my mouth, Jigsaw? Who are you? I don't care if you agree with what I'm saying. I don't care if you're picking up what I'm putting down, player. Feel me? Go back. If you don't agree. What? No one's forcing you to stay. Then leave. Leave where? Leave what? What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? I want to have a conversation with you. Leave what? Did you come over here assuming that this is some pro-black conversation, dickhead? Is that what you assumed when you jumped in this conversation? That's what you thought you was talking? You see me with a baseball cap on and see my melanated skin and you said, oh, another monkey talking shit. Are you one of those guys? John Patrick says the black people have a culture problem. That part is true, John Patrick. And he said it can only be saved by God himself. I don't know about that. I'm going to disagree with you there, but I'm going to tell you why I disagree with you, John. John, first of all, which God are you talking about? That's number one. Actually, that's number 0. Which God? Second of all, John, I don't believe that. I believe we have to have accountability amongst ourselves, John, and get real with ourselves. And if we stop normalizing toxicity behavior amongst ourselves, we'll be forced to really analyze our culture and start to fix the problems. But it doesn't happen as simply as said, because there's way more things at play here. But yeah. John Patrick also says, turn to Jesus and he will heal your everything. John, I'm probably not gonna say I'm not gonna do it, bro. Let me keep it 1,000 with you, John, but I appreciate you. I'll pass it on to the black community that they should turn to Jesus. But again, John, do remember, I said insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting the same result. I think they turned to Jesus already. It didn't work like I knew it wouldn't. So I'll tell them what you said, but right after that, I would let them know. I don't think y'all should listen to this motherfucker, John. And first of all, I just met him in the chat. I don't even know this nigga. You understand? I don't know John. He was dropping knowledge in the chat. I said I would pass it on. I passed it on. Now, having said that, none of that shit has worked. Ever. not the entire 400 years of slavery. None of it has worked. So don't give that shit to Jesus. I don't even know if he's on your side. Oh, you muted him. Oh, okay. Oh, well, he got silent. That's what happens, John. They shut you down. Roby came through and shut you down. Anyway, let's get back to this.
She shared her findings with the FDA officials who are responsible for monitoring the safety of the COVID-19 vaccines. They largely ignored her and eventually told her to stop.
Uh-oh.
Imagine being...
I can't imagine that. Sorry. I can't imagine that.
So this is what your report talks about, this masking and this using mathematical mumbo jumbo to hide the adverse events. Isn't that what's happening?
Correct. And Jimmy, because we have some time, if we can back up and just kind of lay some foundational information for your audience. The VAER system, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, was established in 1990. Prior to 2021, on average, VAERS reported about 280 deaths associated with various vaccines. 280 deaths.
Prior to 1981, 280 deaths towards the vaccines, right?
Listen to the knowledge he's dropping right now.
Anaphylactic shock, that type of thing. In 2021, with the advent of the COVID injections, they reported 21,000 worldwide deaths.
21,000. And mind you, 40,000 records were deleted from VAERS. I don't know if you guys remember that. Hit the like button on your way in if somehow YouTube is letting you in. I don't know why they're letting you in, but hit the like button. But anyway, 40,000 records were deleted from VAERS.
So 280 on average to all of a sudden 21,000. Now, prior to the COVID injection, when you got all this data, you're trying to sift through the data, and so they needed some sort of mathematical algorithms to analyze the data. And so CDC used something called proportional reporting ratio. So they're looking for disproportionate adverse events as a signal for a drug or for a vaccine. So remember that. PRR, that's what CDC used. The FDA used something called empirical Bayesian analysis. So two different analytical algorithms for looking at all this data, these thousands of reports that come in. So now fast forward to the end of 2020 when they got the emergency use authorization for the vaccines. I can quickly explain what masking is. 21,000 deaths in 2021. So you had Moderna. These are rough figures. So you had Moderna, let's say 10,000 deaths associated with the Moderna vaccine. And you had the Pfizer, about 21,000 deaths associated with the Pfizer vaccine, and then 280 deaths with all of the vaccines. So if you look at Pfizer, you look at 10,000 deaths, and you compare that to Moderna 10,000 plus 280, there's nothing disproportionate about that, right? It's equally safe, equally dangerous. Then you look at Pfizer.
Truth to be told, you're correct. Truth to be told, 2020 says they were listing car accident deaths as COVID deaths. Correct. And the media helped the lies along. Correct. Local media and national were listed different virulent stats. Sorry if I didn't pronounce that last word correctly. All right, listen to me. I learned a lot while I was driving Uber during this time period. I was picking up a bunch of doctors and a bunch of nurses. And it was actually a doctor who told me about the myocarditis, and he told me to look it up. And I did look it up.
and I see that it was a real thing. I looked on the CDC, and the CDC said we are aware of myocarditis. However, we still suggest you take it. However, whatever, right? I'm bringing this up because a lot of the nurses were telling me the methods. This is when it got diabolical. The nurses were telling me that the hospitals were getting paid if they reported the death as a COVID. Well, that's going to skew numbers right there. If it was a COVID caused death, the hospital got funds from the government. From what I hear, and I can't substantiate this claim, but from what I hear, some of these reports were, for one individual, a hospital could get $1,500. $1,500. And the way they worded the form, it was easy to come to a conclusion, even if they came in for a car accident, just like Truth Told says. With the way they worded the form, that person could still have died from COVID. No one's talking about that. And that's not conspiracy theory at all.
Pfizer, compare that to Moderna, 10,000 versus 10,280. Again, nothing disproportionate, equally safe, equally dangerous. But you and I, we didn't need a sophisticated algorithm in 2021 when you went from 280 deaths per year to 21,000. So now let's talk about what we have discovered because of Bobby Kennedy's commitment to radical.
Roby says his claims are higher. I don't know if you want to believe Roby. All I'm saying is I heard it was 15. Roby says $3,900 a person. Condolences to Spitfire's baby father. This is terrible. My son's father died alone because it was too dangerous. Yeah. They didn't want people on the same floor. There was all type of... It was very unnecessary. And to me, it was genocide. There you go. So, truth be told, 2020 is corroborating what I'm saying. Roby is also corroborating. What we're saying is that it definitely was documented. And I don't have any problem saying what I'm saying because I know this could be easily validated. They're not hiding this part. So we're still having a conversation. The whole time, though, I don't want you to forget, I did mention galactic history. I did mention other people down here on this planet. I did mention some people that look Caucasian. It doesn't mean they are of the same genetic makeup or the same culture. It doesn't. But with the naked eye, I get it. I get it. You got some people down here that are very hostile to another group of people, and guess what? They look the same, so you're upset at all the white people now, right? Suppose I came through and I told you something you've never heard before, and it sounds like the weirdest thing on fucking earth. And I say all white people aren't the same because some of them are not even
the same species. And you say, well, now you sound fucking crazy. I mean, no crazier than the Bible you believe in, my boy. No crazier. Huh? You out here swearing by a Bible that said a man got eaten up and swallowed by a whale. Was in his belly for 3 days, goddammit. Another story, he put a man in a pizza oven. 3 people, in fact. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in a pizza oven. And when they were taking out, not even a smidgen of smoke were on them. Huh? This same book talks about multiple UFOs coming down to pick people up. What did you think a chariot of fire was? By curiosity. What did you think a chariot of fire was? But, first of all, before we even get into me telling you about the evil reptilians that was on this planet, before you were even created, because you were created as an experiment. You meaning me, Homo sapien sapien. Anyway, it's right in here. It's right in Genesis. Genesis 1:26. And the Elohim said, let us make man in our image. They all contributed. But you don't have any idea of the different species in the galaxy. So it sounds bizarre to you. Yet you have a religion where it clearly tells you that your alleged matriarch, Eve, was conversating with a walking and talking reptile. It says it in the book. In fact, the reptile is out here giving out advice that they took, by the way. It's not my book. Clearly, I'm just reading your book. And yet, when I tell you that there's reptilians down here on this planet, just one, that's not even the only species down here. You still have different variations of Lyrans, Pleiadians, Maldekians, Martians, Syrians. It's deep. What I want you to focus on, why would they be against you? Well, clearly, you had the ability to procreate. And your numbers have run amok. Your numbers have gone wild. And in fact, you love to procreate so much. You love the feeling of gyrating. That's all people are just procreating. The resources is not here for that. You cannot sustain. So the elite, they join together and they masquerade in disguise so that we don't all flip out, because the one thing they can't afford to do is have us on the same frequency. Right? So once it is definite that, yo, you was right, they are not our species, Now they can't keep using that black and white shit against us, right? Because you do have some Caucasians that's down here. They're not necessarily reptiles. They're just part of their group who has been left on this goddamn planet. I will say this. I do not think the Caucasian originates from this planet. I do think that the Caucasian originates from another constellation that supports their anatomy. This sun does not truly support Caucasian people. I'm not saying to you, I think Caucasian people are less or better. That's not what I'm saying. And I'm definitely not saying I think black people are less or better individually or collectively as a people, morally or anything like that. What I am saying is I do believe that the melanated black people were designed for this planet. That's what I'm saying. Designed for this planet. Clearly, they were designed for this planet. But guess what? Scientists say that Caucasian people got here about 10,000 years ago. This is coming from science. You can look that up. Well, they're here now, goddammit. Now, whether they remember their ancestors, remember the stories, I don't know, right? I'm not privy to what goes on in the white community. They haven't invited me to their homes to say, hey, Saladin, I'm going to tell you because you seem cool. I have the true history of our people. It could be books floating around where they truly know. Yeah, we know we're not from this planet. We know that. Could this... Well, before we even get there. So, you have Caucasian people down here. You have melanated people down here. You have different racial groups. You have different nation people who belong to different nations. An area with borders. These people are going to have their own customs and normalcies. We are all humanoid, though. That is the one thing that is... So we have a lot more in common. Then you have white people who don't have any idea what the fuck I'm talking about, just like black people. I don't understand what you're talking about. Clearly, Jesus made us all. You have to let Jesus into your heart. First of all, no. Jesus is not going into my heart. That's first of all. Second of all, I understand. Okay, you don't understand. You're not a reptilian. You're just a regular white Homo sapien. And as for you, black people, you don't understand, and you're just a regular black Homo sapien. However, what I want you guys to know is there's other entities down here masquerading as Homo sapiens. That's what I want you to understand. And the trick is to keep us going against each other. While they simultaneously feed you poison. Check this out. If the food that they make makes you sick, and the medicine they give you makes you sick, what is 1 + 1? Can anyone answer that? Maybe my mic is not fucking on. If we have become so large as a population on this planet, as a civilization on this planet, that food has to be mass produced and distributed. But it has come out that there are unnecessary ingredients and preservatives in the food. The fertilizer is compromised. The soil is compromised. There are sprays on the food that can harm people. God damn it, hit the like button. Huh? The pastor would say, I ain't gonna get too many amens on this. What, you don't like me because I'm making you think? You got a problem with me making you think? Most of the food has an enormous amount of what we call high fructose corn syrup in it, which causes inflammation. This is elementary information. It causes chronic illness, and yet it's still in every goddamn thing. Have we reached out to our senators to ask them to stop this? Right? But you're worried about, oh no, he was on YouTube telling people not to take the vaccine. He's killing people. Stupid. There's other fucking foods that's killing people. Dum-dum. Now, you get sick, you go to your doctor, who, by the way, has been educated. Their entire education with financing is on the back of the petroleum industry. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you, stupid. I'm not asking you shit. You have to do the history to these colleges and universities that had endowments from the Standard Oil Company. Especially the medical and health universities. So the food you eat makes you sick, allegedly. And then you go to your doctor who was educated by these same people who contributed to you being sick. But they also said, let us go out and let's get into the health solution business. Fine. Now they're in the health solution business. What do you think? Huh? Have you ever heard some of these commercials and just almost spit up your food and just start with laughter? I was listening to some commercial the other day during the Knicks game, and it was like he was trying to talk fast, but there's no amount of talking that fast where I can't hear that my genitals would break out with all type of warts and my anus. What the fuck are you giving me? What are you trying to give me? What? You gotta wake up. These people are clearly, they don't want us on this planet. Clearly. So all of this black and white shit, you might want to just pump your brakes on that for a second. Just for a second. And consider your enemy is not who you think your enemy is. Now you're all riled up after watching fucking Austin Metcalf videos for 24 hours straight, and you out here ready to set it off on the opposite race. This is what they want you to do. And anybody that's talk like me, oh, he's a sellout, he's pussy, he's scared. What? Yeah, something stupid, Spitfire, right? It wasn't even a big ordeal. It was like, did you get a paper cut? Well, we got something for that. But you may grow a second penis. Use at your doctor's advice. Meanwhile, your doctor's like, yes, take this. Listen, here, I'm going to tell you the truth. Right? They do that look around like someone else is in the fucking room. I'm going to tell you the truth. It only happens 7 out of 10 times. You know what type of odds are those? Huh? Hold on, let me call my bookie right now. In the meantime, you fill this shit out. What's your full name? Let my bookie know your full He's betting. Three months later, you come back in with a second penis. He bet against you. He's like, yes! Fuck yes! Roof Chris tonight, bitch! Sorry. Listen, I didn't know that shit was gonna happen. I got another medication for that shit. Huh? Double or nothing. Let's go. He's fucking hyped up. Double or nothing. Stop getting caught up in their stupid shit. Exactly, truth be told. We're all fighting amongst ourselves. Yeah, we're going to get to it. But we got to... I want us to understand that there's more than one manipulation. There's like a 1,000 little things they're doing. Right? This is why they got those think tanks. So if nobody slows the story down, if no one takes the time to slow the story down, but I got to remind you, I don't get a lot of views on topics like these. I don't get any views for topics like these. And actually, I hurt my YouTube channel because they're like, oh, he's talking shit over there. Shut him down. Slow his algorithm down. Shadow ban him.
Transparency. We had 11 million pages. You know, the FDA, CDC was not cooperating with us or Kennedy. Kennedy finally said, no, give him this data dump. So 11 million pages. We discovered that Peter Marks, the head of CBER, this is the division within FDA that approves vaccines and then surveils for safety, was warned by Dr. Anna Scharsman that their algorithm is going to hide and mask safety signals. 26 days later, they developed a new algorithm, and they showed Dr. Marks and senior FDA officials 25 safety signals on things like sudden cardiac death, pulmonary infarction, Bell's palsy, different types.
Let me just start right there. Sudden cardiac death. White people, this is to you, right? Because we all have melanin, but you have pheomelanin, and black people have eumelanin. The eumelanin reacts way different to the sun. So I'm not saying that your ancestors weren't from this planet out of ignorance. That's not why I'm saying it at all. I'm saying, yeah, I'm sure there's some fancy science theory why you're on this planet. Yeah, the white people came from caves. That's where they're from. The Caucasus Mountains. What? Why don't they have enough to protect them from the sun like I do? Why haven't they adapted by now? You said they got here 10,000? Is that not a can the science community have it two ways? Can they indoctrinate you to tell you that something can mutate rapidly, right? While using all type of ad hominem attacks? Listen, that's what... Do you even fucking understand science, you asshole? It's a mutation in the DNA. Okay, well, it's taking awfully long for Caucasian to adjust to the sun on this planet. You said 10,000 years ago? They're highly sensitive to the Earth's sun. Highly. And not in a good way, man. Fucking free radicals running around. Critical 509 says, I don't know, they tried to change the science and say that antibodies you get from a vaccine are somehow now stronger than the antibodies your body naturally makes. So why not this? Yeah. GG Fame says, I change color in summer. No burns, just a tan. Yeah, because you do, again, GG Fame. I'm not saying to accept actually everything I'm saying. I'm throwing some things out there that I think are rational. But again, I'm already starting a fringe because I'm talking about people coming from different planets that I have no evidence of, right? So we got to take that into consideration too. Having said that, that's what I believe. I believe that there are several habitable planets that we know about, and they are populated. Whether we know that they're populated, that's neither here or there. I don't know about that, but they're populated. But me having done some research on the Lyran constellation, the Lyran suns are cooler than Earth's sun. It wouldn't require the people who came from the Lyran constellation they wouldn't need that much heat. So therefore their bodies, Caucasians on this planet would make sense on these planets. And I forgot the name of the planets on these in this constellation. But if you were from one of these habitable planets in the Lyran constellation, the suns were cooler. That makes sense for Caucasian people. What has been suppressed is the galactic history of reptilians going through, blowing up fucking planets with a Death Star, just like Star Wars. And by the way, the Israeli government official who had top clearance, who spoke about the Galactic Federation of Light, or Galactic Federation. I mean, he had top clearance and credentials. He's not the only one that's saying that human beings have been on this planet, have been in communication with extraterrestrials. We do have another branch of military called Space Force. Elon Musk is feverishly trying to go to Mars. Whatever. Critical 509 has a question. But why would people have the technology to be able to travel to another planet, but then want to go back to the Stone Age? That's a good question, 509. Critical 509. Answering your question, I would first go to me. I'm just telling you how I would try to answer your question, right? And I would say, yo, there's a lot of evidence that on this planet we could have been moved on from coal. We could have been moved on from crude oil as resources. But
the oligarch families who control rubber, coal, crude oil. They don't want to move away from these because these particular resources are still money making products. So what I would suggest, and this is critical, hear me out for a second. In the United States, they are big at suppressing the advancement of evolution. And by that I mean, if you look at Asia, if you look at China, why does China seem like they're 200 years past America? Are they smarter? Are they more intelligent? If they are smarter and more intelligent, it is because our own cognition has been hampered and suppressed on purpose. There's a quote that some say, I read it in this book, but if you look online, it says that the man never said it. He said, I do not wish to have a nation full. He said, I want a nation full of workers, not a nation full of thinkers. I don't want to wish a nation full of thinkers. I want a nation full of workers. John D. Rockefeller. I read it in this here book. But yet, when I look online, they say, oh, he never said that. That's hearsay. Well, what are you going to do? So, my thing is this. If we don't run this, hear me out, critical. If we don't run this planet and haven't run this planet for thousands of years, but there's a entity down here who has a sharp regiment on how they want to control things, keep the systems going. Clearly they have a system, right? Who's going to be the next person in charge? The money system, money magic down here on this planet is bananas. Clearly they're running it into the ground. Clearly, right? They don't even care how it affects specifically the United States, right? Let's just keep borrowing against this so-called bank. They're just flooding the money into society, which it brings the value of the money down. They don't care, bro. Even the signs that the system is failing, they're gonna, when you talk about to the wheels fall off, they're going to the wheels fall off. Now what they're doing is planning for Israel to be the next United States of America.
The state of Israel will be there. I'm not convinced the United States of America will be here in 50 years.
So that's Randy, what's his name again? Randy Fine.
State of Israel.
Hold on. Let's bring it back.
Israel is what Randy says. He doesn't care about America. This is the same guy who says in 50 years, America won't even exist.
I'm not worried about the future of the state of Israel. I'm confident that 50 years from now, the state of Israel will be there. I'm not convinced the United States of America will be here.
So he says that with the confidence and the gall because clearly he's been at some round tables where this is the plan. So, white Americans, black Americans, we don't have time for these fucking psyops. YouTube knows this, which is why they can't push a channel like mine.
I'm going to wake people up. They'll push all this other. I don't do it. I used to do it just to see if I could do it and if I was right. So I get mixy. I get in there. It's fun. The numbers that go up, fucking 87,000. I said, oh shit, I can do this. But it's not what I was called to do. It's not my purpose, right? So I wasn't put here on this planet to just be like everybody else. I'm nothing like everybody else. That's fucking clear. So I turned down that. I don't want to be a social media sensation. Yeah, it's gonna bring some people money. But let me ask you something. What profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? If I'm gonna be a part of something that ultimately destroys me later on, what the fuck was it worth? I'm seeing content creators out here with over 100,000 followers. They still obviously live in the same apartment. And that's not to shit on them. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm saying is what I said. What profit a man to gain? So what profit a man to gain all these fucking subscribers and it doesn't change my situation? Now, what profit a man to get some money to change his situation and it don't change your destiny? Because these people have a clear agenda. These entities have a clear agenda for the Homo sapiens sapien on this planet, and I think it's slavery. And god damn it, it's not slavery for just black people. So white people gotta wake up, black people gotta wake up. But they're going to run the same psyop on you every time. And I already knew about this shit coming down the pipeline. I just didn't know in the particulars. I didn't know it was going to be Anthony Carmelo and Austin Metcalf. But I already knew they were going to use a black and white playbook. Because that's what the fuck they do. Israel don't even make sense. Like, they can't even sustain without. Right. We are all the Goyim. Right. We're the fucking Goyim, bro. They can't even sustain. They're the size of New Jersey, bro. They're the size. Okay, Spitfire. They're the size of New Jersey. They can't even sustain by themselves. If we stop funding them, they would wither off and fucking die. So clearly this is a plan. For the convergence of power.
In 50 years.
Oh, okay. So Israel's secure. You're fine. You're good. But America, 50 years. That's all you guys have. That's what we get for threatening Israel. That's what we get for trying to say. I mean, we saw what happened to Thomas Massey, to Marjorie Taylor Greene when they stood up to Israel. Now the American people are standing up to Israel. And Randy Fine is predicting the future of that. And that is, America won't be around in 50 years. We will get booted. Somehow, something will happen to our cute little country. That would be a shame, wouldn't it? You bunch of anti-Semites, that's what you get. You speak up against Israel, and your cute little country, your nice little country that you have is just gone by the wayside in 50 years, just like the other anti-Semites, Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene. And here's Bibi Netanyahu gifting, and it's not just Republicans. Randy Fine's a Republican, Lindsey Graham's a Republican.
take a break real quick. See what we're looking like. I'm very shocked we were able to do these numbers today. That I didn't even think they would let me get this many people today. Anyway, let's rock out for another 25 minutes. Let's rock out for another 25 minutes. And let me... I don't think I want to talk about... There was more Jewish girls found in underground tunnels. Listen, you got to stop with the fucking tunnels, Jews. I don't know what you're doing, and you don't got to explain to me. Don't even tell me. I just know you need to knock that shit off. Whatever you got going on in the tunnels in New York City, just knock it off, blood. Please. Alright. Let's go here. Can we shift the conversation? There she is. They've been asking for you, Winter. They've been asking for you, Winter. It's good to see Winter's in the building. Spitfire just left. Yeah. GG Fame says, what the... Alright, I guess I gotta play it. He says tunnels again. I gotta play it. I wasn't even gonna play it. Fuck it. We're going to the tunnels. We're going to... Look. I'm doing this for GG Fame. I don't want to be called a liar. You understand? I don't want to be called a liar. Look. Fucking tunnels again, bro. 71 Orthodox Jews rescued from New York tunnels. I don't know what the fuck you guys are doing down there. I'm gonna just need you to knock that shit off ASAP, blood.
All right, let's start off with this one because it is just too funny to... I didn't believe this when I first saw this. I had to actually fact check this.
You're not the only one. GG Game thought I was bullshitting. I wasn't even going to talk about this. GG Game said, what, are you kidding me? I'm not kidding you.
71 children from an Orthodox Jewish school were rescued from underground tunnels connected to a sewer system in New York. What is happening? Watch this.
Mayor, can you give us a word? What's happening?
Some young girls, some kids, they in the park, they were in the park, they got into the culvert of the creek.
What? What are you talking about? The culvert of the creek? What does that even mean?
And they started exploring, and then they ended up not really knowing where they were, and they got a little alarmed. As far as I know from the police, I just got here a few minutes ago.
71 girls and children? 71? 71? You expect me to believe that 71 people was bullshitting in New York, playing around, and then they were like, oh, what's this? Is this the doorway to Narnia? Is this a magical, whimsical gateway? Come on, man.
As I know from the police, everybody's been accounted for. Nobody's missing. They're about to get them all on their buses, take them back home.
Mayor Joe Rand, Nyack, thank you very much.
Oh, this is in Nyack. Oh, God. It's not even New York City. Right, Winter. Right. Either way, I don't believe this. You gotta stop. We gotta stop letting these Khazarian Jews, Ashkenazi Jew, whenever you want to label them, you guys gotta knock it the fuck off. You do. With the digging of the tunnels. You know who else digs tunnels? When you study galactic history, reptilians dig tunnels. But you would have to understand galactic history. Maybe I'll put together a curriculum of galactic history and I'll do a workshop. $25 a ticket. They are master diggers and tunnelers, and they hollow out things.
Okay. Like, excuse me, what? Hold on a second here. There's a lot of nothing going on here, and then let's fast forward.
Now, one person can't do everything. Yeah, right? Winter, nothing to see. Nothing to see here, folks. And I agree with you too, GG Fame. They're preparing for something. Now, I would like to talk to black people for a moment. Black people. Oh, black people. God damn it. There's so much opportunity here. Now, we can learn from these Ashkenazis, right? They are concerned with their own. They don't necessarily have to be, you don't have to be racist against another race to be concerned with your own. But you must be concerned with the sustainability and the safety of your own. And this is how the Black Panthers started. It morphed into something else because they were sabotaged by the American government. It wouldn't be the first time. The Black Wall Street and Tulsa, Oklahoma, and all type of other shit. However, you see what I respect here is, and I've been in these communities. I've definitely been to Nyack. Hold on. I've definitely been to Nyack and all a bunch of different upstate communities where the Hasidics, they run these areas, bro. And I found it interesting, right? You can have a Hasidic, and if he puts up his hand, he's walking down the block, other Hasidics will pull over, bring him where he's going. If he doesn't get on the bus. They have the buses running. They have their own EMTs. So what I'm saying, when are we going to get tired of being the cannon fodder for the fucking prisons? Just so that bullshit economy machine in the economy could keep going out of control, right? Because that's all we are. We're just numbers. Once you've been ear tagged as not going far in this world, you're just a fucking number that can be used as a number in the prison system. They're gonna get paid off of you. You're not gonna understand it. You're gonna be frustrated. Now you're upset at the Caucasian man. Never really knowing who's at the top of this big old scheme here. So I understand your frustration. I do. But you have to stop doing insane shit that doesn't work and start doing things that do. It's not going to pay off in the beginning, right? But what I'm saying is this. Somebody has to be concerned with the law. Someone has to be concerned. We need more intellectuals. So those of us black people who are sane, we have to start looking at the black people who are not clearly sane, and say you need to get in line. You need to get on board with what we got going on. And we're not pushing what they're pushing in music to be a sex addicted, drug addicted, abusive, violent individual. These traits won't lead you anywhere great, and we don't need those to be the main characteristics of our men or women. We don't. Not if we're going to better our group. So whatever channels they're using to weaponize us against us, like music, and they give our musicians millions of dollars to push fucking poison in our ears, in our system, that's information that's carried around, internalized. We got to understand the science. And then we have to push that shit back and say, nah. But if we have to accumulate more members who think like us, because let me tell you something, the deaf, dumb, and blind, and the fucking indoctrinated, there's so many of them. So many. They're easily triggered, right? So if I come up and say, yo, Carmelo Anthony gotta go to jail, bro. He stabbed somebody in the heart. Oh, you taking up for the white man. Them motherfuckers never treated us right anyway. Fuck them. What? What? Your anger is displaced. Get the money, say prisoners really need to stay out of prison. If we stop normalizing it, in the black community, prison is almost fucking normalized. GTM, get the money. Ignorance is normalized in the black community, and we don't want to accept that shit, bro. We don't want to say it because I don't know why they won't say it. I gotta say it, right? I could go shoot up some shit right now. I can announce on this fucking live cast right now. Yo, I'm coming down to the Bronx. Any nigga ever had a problem with me, come outside, nigga, drop your addy. I can say all that shit, especially with all the theatrics, drop your addy. Go through the Bronx, light that shit up. La, 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 la. You know what they're gonna say about me on the internet before I even get home? Nah, the nigga Saladin is a real one. Nigga came through letting it on fire. That's what they're gonna say. They're gonna big me up, bro. Yo, son is real. Glorified. What the fuck was real about that? Nah, yo, son don't play no games. He said he kept it real. He said he was gonna come through and let that shit off. He let it off, really. He don't give a fuck. Yeah, nigga, I'm going to jail. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm going to jail where a number of investors who invested in the private prison system will make money off of my stay there. Yeah, because I gotta use the phone. It's fucking $25 for 10 minutes to use the phone. Huh? That contract is given to somebody. I need clothes. That contract is given to somebody. The vending machine. That contract is given to somebody. The mattress. That contract is given to somebody. The private security firm who runs the fucking jails. The COs. That's private. They done profit everything. They're making money off of us. Our incarceration. Uncle Andy was good. Uncle Andy's in the building. Yeah, so we're gonna get off this. I just wanted to show y'all that the Jews is back digging tunnels. I don't know what they're doing. I just, be honest with you, I just want them to knock that shit off. Stop digging tunnels. Please. Just knock it off. Alright. Let's get into some other shit. Here we go.
Gordon Brown, the Prime Minister of England, calls for a new dawn of collaboration with the U.S. and the European Union. Bush sees a bright dawn emerging. Here's Brown calls for a new world order, which would be a part of that truly global.
Commercials. Easy. The response to GG Fame. He says Michael Jordan owns some of the prison industrial complex. I looked that up. Apparently there might be another Michael Jordan. There's two Mike Jordans. Anyway, according to the internet. I did look it up. However, let me say this, GG Fame. I'm not a Michael Jordan fan like the person. I like the sneakers, but as the person, and I like him as a player in the 90s, you know what I'm saying, when he was playing. But as a person off court, I don't know if I've ever been a fan of Michael Jordan off court. And I will just leave that right there. It's not too much I want to say. Now let's get rid of this commercial right here for a second.
Of the new dawn. Even the Catholic Church is getting into the act, talking about the new world that's coming in the new dawn. And while we're talking about the UK and the United States working together for this new dawn, we might also want to remember a very interesting and important article in August of 1914 in the Congressional Record. Now, in the Congressional Record is
1914. If you don't know the past, you will not understand the present, and therefore you will not know where we're headed. But for the people who do study the past, and this is why my channel is called Society Past, Present, and Future, we gotta study the past. It will let us know why we're in the predicament we're in right now. What changed? And a bunch has changed. They changed history. They changed words.
far back as 1940. There was entered into the Congressional Record a series of articles called Steps Toward British Union, a World State in International Strife. This was entered in August 1940 in the House of Representatives. Again, the title of this articles that were entered into the Congressional Record. Think about what you're reading. Steps toward British Union, a world state, an international war, international strife. And it says the author of this is Representative Thorkelson. And he said, Mr. Speaker, in order that the American people may have a clearer understanding of those who, over a period of years, have been undermining this American Republic, in order to return it to the British Empire, I have inserted in the record a number of articles to prove this point. These articles are entitled Steps Toward British Union, a World State, and International Strife, which is can be said another way. Steps toward British union with America. The bringing back of America into the British fold and calling it the British Union. A world government, a new world order, and international wars. It goes on to say, this is part one, and in this I include a hope expressed by Mr. Andrew Carnegie in his book Triumph Democracy, and in this he expressed himself in this manner. Andrew Carnegie saying, this is back in 1939-40. Andrew Carnegie said, let men say what they will, I say that as sure as the sun in the heavens once shone upon Britain and America united, so surely it is one morning to arise, to shine upon and greet again the reuniting of states of the British-American Union. Well, you need to remember who the great enemy of Americans were in the Revolutionary War. It was a murderous, bloodletting war for freedom, not against the Arab nations, it was against the British. And so here the Illuminati are planning to reunite America with the British and a new world order. Over here on page 13, and the middle paragraph is very interesting. It says, let me call your attention. This is the congressman writing this. And he says, let me call your attention to the fact that on the reverse of the Great Seal of the United States, which appears on our dollar bills, you will find the exact symbol of the British Israel World Federation movement. Now, this is very important. I'm going to go back over this. It said, let me call your attention to the fact that on the reverse of the Great Seal of the United States, which appears on our dollar bills, you will find the exact symbol of the British Israel World Federation movement. This symbol is also carried on the literature of other organizations promoting a world government and a world religion. At the bottom of the circle surrounding the pyramid, you will find the wording Novus Ordo Seclorum. It was this new order that was advocated by Clinton Roosevelt several hundred years ago, and recently in the book called Philip Drew, and now followed by the executive. He says, do you not think as good American people that the administration has gone far from constitutional government when there is inscribed a symbol on the reverse of our Great Seal that advocates a new order? An order which means the destruction of our republic as formulated in the Constitution of the United States? Well, we're talking about a revolution to overthrow the United States. We can't forget Cecil Rhodes, a British statesman and empire builder. And in his last, he had many different wills because he was a very wealthy man. Cecil Rhodes was a British statesman and empire builder.
And I do believe Cecil Rhodes was part of the De Beers family. The corporation that were mining for diamonds in Africa. And he is the one who set up this Rhodes Scholarship. Well, I think Max was about to explain all of that. Now, I want you to understand, there's going to be white people on this planet who don't understand galactic history, and they are not reptiles. So they're going to go right along with, hey, if you're making it easier for white people on this planet and I'm white, I'm all game. I'm fair game, right? And I don't know if you could really judge them, because you would do the same goddamn thing. You would be fair game.
if the roles were reversed, you're gonna make it easier for me, for my network, for the people to perceive me as greatness before I even prove that I'm great? I'm not saying this gives black people a right to run around the earth hating all white people. I want us to. I'm explaining this so that we can understand our ignorance, not just black ignorance, white ignorance. Let's get into some white ignorance, by the way, before we even get to Cecil Rhodes.
Is written into every aspect of life. What kind of work you can do. It's also where you can be at certain
study of the American Negro.
Atlanta is this extraordinary space of black intellectual and civic energy. It's a time of extraordinary creative flourishing in black communities.
I don't truly think they want these new young black people to understand who we were. And why would an education system built by someone who clearly does not value the melanated people on this planet teach their children about their history? No, you parents who are choosing to procreate should teach your children about black history. Never mind the school ain't, because the school ain't teaching it. I can let you know right now, but there's a bunch of shit the school ain't doing, because it's a bullshit education system. So once you recognize that, and I'm not asking you if it's a bullshit education system, I'm telling you it is. Once you recognize that, then you should not allow your children to grow up and not understand the history of their ancestors in this country or period.
Focus starting professional organizations. We're advocating for ourselves. But he's in the South. Even if it's Atlanta, he's still in the South.
racial inequality is written into every aspect of life. What kind of work you can do. It's also where you can be at certain times. So the threat of violence if you step outside of the prescribed places for Black people.
Critical 509 said, dang, it's crazy how I grew up dark-skinned but never experienced all of this oppression that is supposed to have against me. But then again, I always made good decisions. You made decisions, you call them good. That is subjective. And the reason I say that, Critical, is because somebody else would call your decisions something else. They're going to call you being a sellout, right? Point in case, when I said I get pulled over, I don't crack the window, right? Now you say, yo, that's a good decision. Jamel, you get pulled over, you roll the window all the way down, cop asks a question, you answer it, you show him the credentials. I don't understand why shit goes left for everybody. I do understand why shit goes left. Because what you're calling a good decision, right? They're not going to call it a good decision. They're going to be like, oh, this nigga's a sellout. Oh, bitch ass nigga, I ain't scared of no police. I don't think that's the point. I think he stopped me. I know he stopped me. I'm going to find out why he stopped me in a second. I don't argue with the police. The reason I don't argue with the police is because here is right now is not the situation where we even, once you pulled me over, my boy, we don't fix this here, right? I can probably say a couple of words to get me out of a situation, which I have. But if you're dead set on like whatever you pulled me over for, then the place to settle this, according to the laws of this land, is in court. That's how the rules work. So what we have to do is, rather than fixating on what the fuck is fair, oh shit ain't fair, yo. You are living on this planet, and specifically in this country where they already have a system going. Either you're going to get with the system or you're not. So what I think you and I do, Critical 509, is we've noticed the points where it is easily to get wrapped up in something that is unnecessary, and we avoid those things. So the same thing, I would call your decisions good because it keeps us out of bullshit, right? Therefore, we don't have the same stories, right? So I grew up black, and I don't think your dark skinnedness is even an issue, even though I do think they probably are more scared of darker men. I do. But we also make decisions that don't infuriate the situation. If in fact putting on a seatbelt and not speeding is going to reduce me getting pulled over, guess who's going to have on a seatbelt and not speed? This fucking guy. Say I'm riding dirty. Guess who's not going to come outside with his hair half braided, tats, blasting music, lapsed insurance, with one tire fucking low and one brake light out? The fuck are you doing? Dirty. 3 pounds of weed in the back seat. Really? Alright. Let's take a look at this. More than 1,000 black men were lynched in the South.
More than 1,000 black men were lynched in the South in the last decade of the 19th century alone. But Du Bois himself had no close experience of the vicious practice until the spring of 1899, when a man was lynched on the outskirts of Atlanta.
His name's Sam Hose, and that's going to be the turning point for Du Bois.
It's rumored
Sam Hose was executed Sunday afternoon in the presence of 2,000 people. So already, this is sadistic, right? 2,000 white people showing up to view this lynching, and it gets worse, is sadistic. I'm not saying this for you to I'm not trying to gaslight you. I'm not saying for after I show this, you go outside, you start hating every white person you see. There's ignorance on all levels and all races, and what we have to do is get to the epitome of this ignorance.
That more than 2,000 people gathered to cut off the fingers, the ears, then they stabbed Sam Hose, then they carve up his heart, they peel off his skin, they douse it with gasoline, they set it on fire.
Lynching is this complex ritual practice.
Yeah. So what I want to say to all these white people who are talking crazy to black people, crazy about the black people being animals, Either you're going to see it my way or I'm going to put you in your fucking place. Either one, I don't care which way we tango. You understand? Now, we can either discuss things rationally or we can get into some gangster shit. You're not going to like it. Rationally, everyone is ignorant. And gaslit. This is a tool, right? So then you have some Caucasian Homo sapiens down here on this planet. Or what they do know is that the situation has been made better for them as a white person. They indoctrinated to the max. They believe in all type of ignorant shit about black people. They're not the elite. You think they're elite. No. The elite need these type of people to exist. They need them to exist, and they need them to be indoctrinated. This keeps a certain level of chaos down on this planet. Until the elite get bored and tired of, and they have dreams of bigger goals that affect everyone. Then the white people start to say, wait, what you doing now is starting to affect me. Yeah, motherfucker, you was always a pawn. I never loved you, stupid. I never loved you. You was just easily manipulated. Because I was going to put you in a better situation than I was going to put the black people. Now, if you want, I could change this shit around. I could put black people in a better situation than you. And, in fact, they started to do that shit, and white people started complaining like a motherfucker. However, it's almost like their cries are falling on deaf ears, because as they're complaining, they say, yo, wait, hold on, wait. It's not just about black people now. Now you got Spanish migrants coming into the country. They're like, wait a minute, they're taking our jobs too, right? You got all their fucking money. They go to work all week. Half of their money is taken out their check and given to fucking Israel. Yeah. They never loved you either. How's it feel? How does it feel? How does it feel? Huh? Said I want to know how. John says, what will you leave as your cultural inheritance? It's a good question, John. At the moment, whether you're white American or black American, our cultural inheritance is being attacked. Culturally. So there's subcultures, right? I'm also black, which I'm trying to straighten that shit out. But then I'm black American. So as an American, I'm not even valued in this country. As an American, it doesn't matter what country I am, what color I am. It doesn't matter what race they classify me as. Classify me as a black man, or whatever. You don't fucking value me as a white man or a black man in this country if I'm American, because you have already started the convergence of power to go to Israel. There's already a convergence of power going to a new world order. You don't value me.
It's not just simply about the exacting of violence on the body. It's the taking of digits. It's the attack on the genitals. The postcards that were sent out to get people to come.
So they burned and mutilated these black men. And the thing about it is, they took their flesh and they put them in the meat markets. What is with the white people that was eating fucking black people? What's the deal? Seinfeld voice. Hey, what's the deal with that? And this has happened more than fucking once. Do remember Nat Turner? They cooked his flesh. What is with the history of white people? I think I got an answer, by the way, and I'm going to tell you right now. White people eating the flesh of black people. I think these are the reptilians that are hiding amongst the other white people, normalizing reptilian behavior.
It's the burning of flesh. And imagine, when you smell burning flesh, you taste it. It has this cannibalistic dimension to it. Prior to this moment, Du Bois understands white supremacy and racism as ignorance. This isn't about reason.
It's damn sure not about reason. It's not about reason. This is why I take the approach that I take. I don't think either side you're going to reason with these people. I speak to black racists all the time. They don't care what you're talking about. They don't appreciate the history of the black man in this country. And for the most part, they hate white people. That's just it. I don't think I'm going to say anything to reason with these people. So I just do what I do, and I provide pools of thought.
This isn't about them not knowing. These people are monstrous.
Du Bois was so stunned and startled that he wrote a note to the editor of the Atlanta Constitution, which he intended to present in person.
Sam Hose, his fingers and toes were being exhibited in the...
This is crazy. Fresh meats and groceries. God damn it. If I ever show up to your grocery and you have human genitals and fingers next to the bananas, then you indeed are definitely a different species.
meat market, which was on the way I had to pass. Well, I didn't deliver the letter. I went back to Atlanta University.
One could not be a calm, cool, and detached scientist while Negroes were lynched, murdered, and starved.
My faith in knowledge as a solution was shaken. I made up my mind that knowledge wasn't enough. I changed from studying the Negro problem to letting people know just what the Negro problem meant in what the colored people were suffering.
Du Bois still counted his own young family safe because their lives were on the university campus, a small citadel above the city.
They lived in the dorms because the area around Atlanta University is racially segregated. Burghardt, the son, was very much a part of the Atlanta University community. These individuals that worked on the campus were like an interracial family that existed high on this hill, but surrounded by a sea of whites.
At around 18 months old, Burghardt falls ill.
The 3 black doctors that exist in Atlanta are not in town. He goes into the city trying to seek help from a doctor, any doctor, but the white doctors refuse to grant him service.
I saw the shadow of the veil as it passed over my baby. I held my face beside his little cheek. He died at eventide, when the sun lay like a brooding sorrow above the western hills. With an even song, the unvoiced terror of my life.
Du Bois spends 1/3 of his salary for the funeral of little Burghardt.
Blithe was the morning of his burial. The trees whispered to the grass, but the children sat with hushed faces.
The professors, the students, all black and white, leave the campus and enter into downtown Atlanta.
The busy city dinned about us. Those pale-faced, hurrying men and women, they did not say much. They only glanced and said, "Niggers."
Nina retreated into herself and never, ever, ever got over it.
Neither did Du Bois. Du Bois gets a reality check of what it's like to be a black man in the American South. His experience in
2 different things. 2 different things. I used to live in Atlanta. And I knew at that point in time I had to leave Atlanta because I was still kicking up dust in the streets, and I wasn't living right. I don't think I was about to slow down. But this was the first place that I heard of you having to pay to be on probation. So at the time, any crime that I committed, obviously I tried to get away with. Okay, Roby is in the comment section pushing snake oils. I like it. I like it. I support it. You may push your snake oils. Hey, Roby, what's your Indian name, man? What's your Native American name, man? You may push your snake oils, 2 feathers. He's also giving a disclaimer that if it works, his disclaimer is, and I quote, "If it works, it works." I love it. I love it. Huh? Hey, my disclaimer. If it works, it works. All I know is I don't give refunds. You heard me? Now, I'm talking shit, but in fact, I am on snake oils as we speak. This is a black walnut tincture that I made, me and my daughter, made of wormwood and cloves. Bear spirit. That's dope.
Anyway, motto, bear spirit. You may push your snake oils on my show.
Atlanta produces the Du Bois that we have come to know. His social consciousness is activated.
Yeah, well, I got my own story like that, but I won't be giving it right now. But what we have to understand is, I think once we understand the reality of this world, then we can better cope, right? But you have to understand who the players are. And I don't say I think, I know the average white American and not the players who's making the decisions, right? They may be enjoying the fruits of the labor. Why wouldn't they? You would do the same shit. So, I don't think that they are the ones you should be unleashing your fury on. Just in case you want to know, yo, why you always talking about us? You ain't talking about them. Because I feel if we fix us, then the white people that we need to work with later on to fight the real enemy, it'll be easier. We need to fix us. We really need, if we need to even merge with the white groups, which I think we're going to have a common enemy. But we are a broken fucking people right now. Broken mentally. Broken spiritually. Broken emotionally. Broken financially. We're just a broken fucking people.
Died in 1902. In his first 5 wills, he had many wills, very wealthy man. In the first 5 wills, repeatedly called for, he wished to have, quote, a secret society, the true aim and object whereof shall be the extension of British rule throughout the world, end quote.
That's a fact, Roby. I'm just concerned about mine right now, as I should be. But you're right.
And eventually, quote, the ultimate recovery of the United States of America. So Cecil Rhodes left money to finance a secret society, the true aim and object whereof shall be the extension of British rule throughout the world, and eventually the ultimate recovery of the United States of America. In his 6th and last will, he created the Rhodes Scholarship, limiting the eligible applicants to Anglo-Saxons who came from Great Britain, US, or Germany. So when you hear politicians bragging that they are Rhodes Scholars, just remember they are being promoted and financed by secret societies, the true aim and object whereof shall be the extension of British rule throughout the world and the ultimate recovery of the United States of America.
Creating custom clothing with tap stitch is simple.
Chill, bro. Stop trying to sneak your commercials in there, blood.
Here is the book Philip drew that we moments ago. There was a book put out early 1900s called Philip Drew Administrator. It was written by, here is President of the President of the United States, and next to him is a man named Colonel William Mandel House. Colonel William Mandel House, very wealthy banker in Europe, but was a very close friend to the President of the United States back then. He wrote a book called Philip Drew Administrator. And in this book he talked about the whole takeover of the United States and how the international banking cartels were going to do this. And one of the chapters is the prophet of a new day, the exultant conspirators. Another one, administration of the republic. Philip Drew outlines his intentions, a new era in Washington. Some of the others was like, another chapter was in international crises, the reform of the judiciary, a new code of laws, the Federal Incorporation Act, the Federal Reserve Act, the new national constitution, the new state constitution, the rule of the bosses. And a very interesting chapter toward the end, on the bottom you'll see the unity of the northern half of the Western Hemisphere under the new republic. Well, that's what we had under Bush, the destruction of the United States as a sovereign power, connecting the United States now with Canada and Mexico. Well, here as far back as 1900, in the book, and Colonel Mendell House was outlining the unity of the northern half of the Western Hemisphere under a new republic and a new national constitution and the rule of the bosses. This is a very important book. Prophet of the New Day. And here he was talking on, in this chapter, socialism as dreamed of by Karl Marx cannot, he said, socialism as dreamed of by Karl Marx cannot be entirely brought about by a comprehensive system of state ownership and by the leveling of wealth. If that were done without spiritual leveling, the result would be largely as you suggest. So there has to be some kind of a spiritual matrix added into this communism. So now let's take a look at what's going on in New York. George Washington felt that the Illuminati was trying to destroy the Republic as far back as the 1700s, 1800s. And so the question is, what's going on in New York, the Empire State? But first remember the earlier quote in Secret Societies about a sun order. Nestor Webster talked about, the lady said, I have been convinced that we as an order have come under the power of some very evil occult order, profoundly versed in science, both occult and otherwise, though not infallible, their methods being black magic. And then she concludes by saying, we are convinced that the order, this is Stella Matritina, or the Order of Golden Dawn. We are convinced that the order is being controlled by some sun order after the nature of the Illuminati, if not by that order itself. A very interesting quote, very, very important quote from Manly Palmer Hall, Manly P. Hall, the great Masonic philosopher and writer, a brilliant man. In his book called Masonic Orders of Fraternity, he says this, and the forewords, the direct descent of the essential program, and this is a very important quote. He says, the direct descent of the essential program of the esoteric schools was entrusted to groups already well conditioned for the work. The guilds, trade unions, similar protective and benevolent societies have been internally strengthened by the introduction of a new learning. The advancement of the plan required the enlargement of the boundaries of the philosophic overstate. A world fraternity was needed, sustained by...
Yes, Chris. This is Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell was a pupil of Manly Palmer Hall. So he was able to pass on a lot of knowledge to us, but now they're both gone. Even though we have their books, many people don't read. So thank God we have some lectures from Jordan Maxwell. Yeah. Thanks, man.
A deep and broad program of education according to the method. Meaning there's a method to all of this. Such a fraternity could not immediately include all men, but it could unite the activities of certain kinds of men, regardless of their racial and religious beliefs or the nations in which they dwelt. He goes on to say, these were the men of towardness, those sons of tomorrow, whose symbol was a blazing sun rising over the mountains of the east.
These are website names that are still...
Easy, bro. Easy. We don't push random products over here.
That's a very important point. These were the men of towardness, those sons of tomorrow whose symbol was the blazing sun rising over the mountains of the east. He goes on to say, while it is difficult to trace the elements of a pattern never intended to be obvious, but the broad shape of the design is dimly apparent, an invisible empire in the Empire State, New York. So this invisible empire is using the symbol of the blazing sun rising over the mountains of the east. You will see the blazing sun rising over the mountains of the east, and these were men of towardness, going back to old ancient England. Here we have the right noble and most towardly young prince, Prince Charles, Duke of York. And when the Duke of York in England, when that whole monstrosity moved into America, to bring the secret society of England into America, it came through New York, the Empire State. And why is the New York the Empire State? Well, U.S. President George Bush delivered a nationally televised speech in which he threatened the use of force to remove Iraq soldiers from Kuwait, and which Iraq had recently invaded. He mentions the term New World Order in this speech for the first time. It was also named Towards a New World Order. So this is what the men of tomorrow, those men of tomorrow, are working towards, a new world order. And here we see Bush working with Gorbachev, planning a new world order. Even our Strategic Studies Institute for the United States Army War College, this is the United States Army War College, published by the Strategic Studies Institute, in which this publication, the world in 2010, a new order of nations, showing how the world is being carved up, and the Strategic Studies Institute of the United States Army War College is a part of it. They're telling you that your very country is dividing up the world. A world which we will see in 2010, a complete new order of nations. But as far back as 1940, military generals were writing about America and the coming new world order. I like what Roosevelt said. There's a quote in Washington, D.C. at the Roosevelt Memorial. It says, "They who seek to establish systems of government based on the regimentation of all human beings by a handful of individual rulers call this a new order. It is not new, and it is not order." Going back to the California Senate report back in 1953, again, we here at the bottom, I'll call your attention to that bottom sentences, says, "It is plain that Washington believed the center of the secret conspiracy so far as this country was concerned to be located in New York." New York, the Empire State. This is where all of the fascist, Nazi, communistic dirt of the world is being drummed up against the American Republic. New York is the home of subversion for the world. Something needs to be done about the secret societies and the criminal associations operating in the media, television, motion pictures, operating from the home office of New York, the Empire State. Why is New York called the Empire State? Well, it's because of part of the representing the British Empire. It's called the British Commonwealth of Nations, or the British Empire. Caesar of Rome, when the Caesars of Rome went into Britannia, their seat of operations, their seat of government for Rome in Britannia was in the city of York, England. So now we've got the Vatican backing the British monarchy and coming into in York, England, but now we have it moving into America and to New York, the Empire State. Back to Cecil Rhodes, of course. He was the man who was financed the setting up of a secret society to overthrow the United States government. And we remember his will. Well, this is what was being promoted.
Whoa. What's that?
Ginger ale. Ginger ale.
Now we need to look at James Billington's book, probably one of the most important books you're ever going to find, and you can still find it today, and you need to get the...
James Billington, Fire in the Minds of Men. Also, if you missed it, the other book by Andrew Carnegie was Triumphant Democracy. I was wondering where these two bad boys were at. I swear to God. I was wondering where these two bad boys were at. Look, I have two. And I you don't find me in the news running around stabbing people in the heart. No. If the day comes to that, I'll probably be in a way better position than Carmelo Anthony. I can tell you that. I don't put myself in situations, unnecessary situations. Hold on, let me get my pens. I just want to look this book up right here. Maybe we could go over this book later. James Billington. Yo, history is phenomenal, bro. There's so much when you find out the things that you don't even know. Never mind the things you forgot, the things you never even knew that were suppressed.
This book and read it. This, I believe, is one of the most important books on this subject you can find anywhere. James Billington's book is called The Fire in the Minds of Men. James Billington is one of the most phenomenally interesting writers you will ever pick up a book. He is fascinating to read, but he has incredible, impeccable credentials. Today, James Billington is the chief librarian for the Library of Congress. So this man is without a doubt well suited to discuss the story in his book about the communist world movement and how it was financed, who did it, what the symbols meant. This is really an important book. James Billington And the book is called Fire in the Minds of Men. It's the origins of the revolutionary faith of all the revolutionary movements and secret societies of the world. So get the book. Order it from Amazon, or find it in bookstores. It's a very important book. Now, in the book Fire in the Minds of Men, in the inside cover, it says, the history of modern revolutions is the story of people in the grips of ideas and beliefs. In this masterful work, James Billington, whose icon in the Acts, this was his first book, establishes him both as a formidable scholar and a sparkling storyteller. But in this book, The Fire in the Minds of Men, he traces the course of the revolutionary faith from its earliest origins in occult Freemasonry to the allegedly scientific Marxism of today. Now, in the introduction is a profound paragraph in Fire in the Minds of Men. James Billington says in the introduction, a recurrent mythic model for revolutionaries, early romantics and young Karl Marx, and the Russians of Lenin's time, was Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods for the use of mankind. The Promethean faith of revolutionaries resembles in many respects the general modern belief that science would lead men out of darkness into light. But there was also a more pointed millennial assumption that on the new day that was dawning, the sun would never set. Early during the French Revolution was born something referred to as, quote, the solar myth of the revolution, suggesting that the sun was rising on a new era in which darkness would vanish forever. This image became implanted at a level of consciousness that simultaneously interpreted something real and produced a new reality.
Well, that's what this is all about. Even Christianity, it's about, well, modern day Christianity. By modern day, I mean the whole story of Jesus and all that. Who's Jesus? The Son of God. The Son, S-U-N, of God. God's Son. It's about light and darkness. Jesus is good. He's the Son. Darkness is evil. If you put a D in front of evil, and you get devil.
The new reality that they, the secret societies, sought was radically secular and stringently simple. The idea was not the balanced complexity of the new
so within, so without
American Federation, but the occult simplicity of its great seal, an all-seeing eye atop the pyramid over the words Novus Ordo Seclorum.
The audacity to put Novus Ordo Seclorum on the bill, as if no one would figure this out, is crazy. Oh, they put it there. When I was, I think I stopped studying Latin in what grade? Second grade. It was second grade. So we studied Latin in kindergarten. Not that kindergarten, my fault. First grade I studied Latin. In second grade I studied Latin. I went to Mount Carmel in first grade. And then second grade, I went to Our Lady of Victory. And then in third grade, I went to public school. That was that. Anyway, Latin would end up a dead language anyway, but... A sidebar, Roby, what language is that? Motto. What language is that it means bear spirit?
Very important. This is why in New York City at Rockefeller Plaza you will see Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods to illuminate the minds of our masters on the earth. The godly wisdom was stolen by the god Prometheus and brought to the earth and given to our illuminated minds, or what we call, those who we call Illuminati.
Thank you. You answered my next question. Lakota. In Cherokee, it would be Yona. Oh, I like that. The knowledge. Hey, don't let these black Moors run around and claim your identity. I know. They're my brothers. I know. Let them claim their own history. You understand? They got their own West African history that they don't want to acknowledge. I find it disrespectful. They don't remember the languages, nothing. These guys are just trying to get something out the deal. Don't let them use you up like that. Use your culture up. Loopholes and shit. Lakota, that's dope. Bear spirit. Can I get an honorary indigenous name?
To illuminate our masters who control the human race, implying that they have knowledge of the heavens and wisdom of the world that we mortal men do not have. That's why they are the Illuminati, the illuminated ones. So I want to draw your attention to the top part again. It says a recurrent mythic model for revolutionaries, early romantics, young Karl Marx and Russians of Lenin's time was Prometheus. Well, so it is today. Still, young communists and the communist people who finance the Communist Party, the Rockefellers, still have their god Prometheus at Rockefeller Center. And the American people, New Yorkers, every day going by the Rockefeller Center, never realize what that statue actually implies. It's Prometheus who stole fire from the gods in heaven and brought down to the Illuminati intellectual, spiritual enlightenment to rule over and control the world.
Now, I do believe Prometheus was of the, and you guys could correct me, I think this is the Greek version of the story. Other nations had their own Prometheuses. Different stories, same theme. Prometheus stole fire. The Sumerian had two brothers, Enki and Enlil. Enki had a sister / consort named Ninhursag. You can read about their story in the tablets of the creation tablets. And they had fashioned men. They created men out of clay. Mankind. He tried a couple of times and he kept messing up, creating deformities. Just like the United States with the Montauk Project. Creating deformities, leaving them on the beach. But Enki had a soft spot, and indeed, his final version. And this is one of the stories. There's several different stories of man. He gave man the ability to procreate, and Enlil didn't care for that much. However, when you look in the story of Genesis, you read about Adam and Eve, and the snake in that story is supposed to be Enki, and Enlil is supposed to be the Lord in that story, who I guess we're calling Yahweh. Yahweh, a God. And it is Enki in that story who gives Eve and Adam knowledge. This is why on my icon I have a dragon in the shape of an S. Because it represents the same entity that told Adam and Eve, surely you will not die. He enlightened them. He convinced them to eat of the forbidden fruit. And they were, or of the tree of knowledge. Why would forbidden fruit be on the tree of knowledge? Think about that one for a second as I sip on my ginger ale. Why, if this is a tree of good and of knowledge, good and evil, why would it be forbidden? Because in fact, you were supposed to be mindless automatons forever. But as the story goes, in many different cultures, there's always one God who feels sorry, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to give you a shot. Sidebar. Yeah, I'm watching The Mandalorian heavy right now. And I know nobody asked that. But I'm on season 3. I know you didn't ask. I'm just letting you know. I'm on The Mandalorian heavy right now. Unsidebar. in all of the cultures, hold on, we're shutting down the Instagram. You say you want to share this as a reel? You can. I don't care. Share it. It's a long ass reel. Oh. In all of the stories, there's always someone who's giving out the knowledge. In Genesis, it's the snake who's inspiring the knowledge. You have to really second guess that story about Genesis and figure out if they're telling this story correctly and who's really the fucking, who's on your side in this story. I mean, don't feel bad if you're like, hey, maybe the snake was on my side. I don't know. It was a stolen story to begin with, right? So if you do this, if you do choose the snake, it doesn't mean you worship the devil. It was already plagiarized. However, in this particular story, it was the snake that was trying to convince them, like, yo, you need some knowledge, bro. And it was later on the Lord, Yahweh, that was complaining, like, now they'll be like us. Now they will be like one of the gods. They want to control you forever. It's all in their stories. It's all in their narratives.
Prometheus. Then in the back of the book, under the subheadings in the back of the book, talks about the solar revolution, the temple of the sun, talks about the books that were written as far back as 1887, talking about the year 2000 in New York. You know, as far back as the 1880s, there were books being written about looking forward to New York in the year 2000 and what's going to happen with mankind in the year 2000 in New York. Well, a year later we have the 9/11 stuff. Even speculation about the year 2000 began not with the futurology of the 1960s, but the year 2000 was important in a dynamic work written as far back as 1780 by the same figures who invented the word communist. So the very secrets.
Are you worried that you...
I am worried, baby girl. I was so worried. Alright. I think it's been 4 hours. Did we talk about Tulsi Gabbard? Oh, we didn't. We talked about the history of white people eating black people. We did. We talked about Austin Metcalf. And we talked about Randy Fine. I guess we could get Tulsi Gabbard out the way.
Here's what Tulsi Gabbard had to say. So here's her big rebel. So now you know why they wanted to get Tulsi out so badly. Because she was forced out. And so here we go. She's gonna drop a bomb right now.
After months of searching through intelligence community holdings and files, today I'm releasing new evidence of long-standing U.S. government funding of more than 120 biolabs in over 30 countries. Now, these biolabs include labs in places like Ukraine, which could be at risk of compromise due to the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. In fact, the intelligence community had previously warned that a U.S.-funded biolab in Ukraine likely housed dangerous pathogens and remained vulnerable to long-standing threats of Russian attack, seizure, or damage. Now, until now, evidence regarding the full existence and funding of these laboratories had been knowingly withheld from you, the American people. Many of these U.S. government-funded biolabs are currently or have previously engaged in research using hazardous and highly contagious pathogens, and in some cases included dangerous gain-of-function research, with very little visibility or oversight. Now, President Trump clearly understands the serious threat dangerous gain-of-function research poses to the American people. And this is why he took decisive action over a year ago. On May 25th, 2025, he signed an executive order to end federal funding of gain-of-function research around the world. Here at ODNI, I issued new guidance to the intelligence community directing increased collection on these laboratories and facilities overseas. And we're already seeing the results of this increased collection. We're learning new details, for example, on clinical trials that are underway at these facilities and that are raising significant ethical, financial, and security concerns regarding the supposed public health initiatives and U.S. national security. Now, despite the obvious potential for catastrophic global impact that research on dangerous pathogens in biolabs can have, politicians and so-called health professionals like Dr. Fauci, as well as entities within the Biden administration's national security team, lied repeatedly to the American people about the existence of U.S.-funded and supported biolabs.
I think what I'm going to do is just start back here whenever I go live again. Yeah, I read that, GG game. Chinese, I think it was Boston. They had some Chinese labs up in Boston. It was Massachusetts, anyway. It's crazy talk. I think that's going to be it for my show today. I got some things that I need to handle. I thank everybody for coming through. I didn't think we would even hit 1720. If you join me tomorrow, I think we'll do another live tomorrow morning. 8:30. Let's just call it 8:30 in the morning. Join your boy. And I don't know if I'm done with this topic. I'm sure I'm not. Yeah, let's just keep this going. You heard me? I don't think we need to do exiting music. So, you guys enjoy your day. Thank you so much for supporting. Even if you came through and just was part of the conversation, I appreciate you. All right. That being said, hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Peace out, man.